And we're live. What's up? What's up? What's up? Got two waiting and one like. Hit the like button, please. On your way in. Hit the like button on your way in. And we're going to wait for people to come on in. I'm sure there's a lot of live streams on Friday. Exclamatic, what's up? Alan Wiley, what's up? Hey, Rice, what's going on? Yeah, I was perusing Manosphere 3.0, and Manosphere 3.0 sounds a lot like what was going on in Manosphere 2.0. But it is what it is. More things change, the more they stay the same. When you pay bills, you think about love differently. I can agree. You know what? Out of all the things that she says, that part I can agree on. That is one part I can agree on. But women don't think it goes the other way. Linda, what's up? Opal, what's up? Opal Tsunami. Are you a male or a female? Empress, what up? I always like that scarf, Empress. That's a nice scarf. True Sugar. So I'm assuming that you're not the high fructose corn syrup that's in most sodas. So you're the real thing. Shara's in the house. Support the channel if you can. Shara been throwing down. I'm gonna start putting more Shara stuff on there. I didn't put the Wayne. You know what, Wayne? Guess what we're gonna do for you? We're gonna put you in a corner so you can think about it. Okay? I'm gonna put you in the corner so you can think about it. Come back when you have a better attitude. Artisan, what up? You know what, Artisan? I'm going to try to drop a review because Dr. Johnson wants us to do a review on the first episode of Watchmen because of the it begins with the Tulsa, Oklahoma bombing. So and that kind of is the thread of the whole first episode. So I'm gonna do a review of it. Oh, you're a man. Okay. All right. And you said Opal. Okay. So I'm asking. Yeah. Yeah. I give you. I'm probably gonna do it tomorrow. I was supposed to do it today. Oh yeah. It's very pretty. I thought he dropped Hidden Colors 5 already. I thought he was up to 5. Maybe not. I stopped. Oh, Opal is the birthstone. Okay, I got you. Malika, what's up? Oh yeah. Well, take your time. I just wanted to make you aware of it. All things comics or comic related, you're my go-to. But I think they kind of went away from canon for this series. It's they. I have a theory, but I'll share the theory on the video. Then you guys can check it out. I don't want to give too much away since I'm going to do a video on it. But has anybody seen the first episode of Watchmen? Because you have a female lead, a female superhero, or oh, you haven't seen it yet. Do you have HBO, Char? It's on HBO. Well, they the New York Times they had to made a big deal of it because of the opening scene. So I'm trying to I think I know why it's coming out, but there's a couple of articles I'm actually going to put with it. I have a theory about it, so I'm going to review it and put my theory out about it. I'm gonna do it before I think it's probably more appropriate on the men's channel, but I was just wondering if women have seen it because it does have a female lead. Hey, Art, what's going on? For life. For life. I'm at that age, so see, I don't. It's not cringeworthy for me to do it. For a guilt for me is just a regular old chick. Yeah, well, the first episode, just hit me up on email. So, with that out of the way, since nobody has seen it, if you haven't seen it, go to the usual places and get HBO Watchmen because they only had the first episode. So, catch up. It's going to be really interesting. It's going to be kind of black oriented, and it's going to have a black female lead. In fact, you can see the black female lead in the press picture. See if I can find the press picture for Watchmen because it's been a buzz. There's been a buzz, and this is the image that they've been sharing. So it's obviously a masked female. And this is the teaser. So, and you tell you about a teaser is white supremacist, and that's obviously a black female. So it was actually better than I thought it was going to be. I'll say that. She's not really a Mary Sue. You know those okay? You know those eyes, okay? Well, if you know those eyes, then you can probably guess who it is. Yeah, it's a black female hero. It's actually not bad. It's actually not bad. She's not really a Mary Sue. So, I saw she gets tossed around just like a dude would. So, Oh, I can't remember the guy's name. Well, you know who produced it, Wolf. Wolf. You know what this is about. I can. You've been in that line of work, so you know what kind of propaganda this might be. But we'll save it for the review. Yeah, it's kind of it's leading up to something. It's telling a story, but the images that you see is it's very interesting, and the message they're trying to send out. But I encourage people to watch it. I think the second episode will be, what's it, on Sunday, I do believe. And it ain't the black. Believe it or not, it's not black folks actually behind this. It's a certain kind of people that are afraid of what might happen if this kind of stuff breaks loose. It ain't us. So no matter who's at the table, we're always for dinner. So it's not us. Yeah, the Jack. It's gonna be interesting. We need to analyze this show for a lot of different reasons. So, and Dr. Johnson said I need to check it out and analyze it. Yeah, you had to break down images. Yeah, because the program is subtle. They putting in a lot of archetypes, man. A lot of subliminal archetypes, man, to feed you. And this first episode is full of them. So they're blatant with it. So they're not even Wolf. They weren't even subtle in this episode. I mean, they're blatant with it. So things must be pretty close. They must be pretty close to jumping off because they're not even trying to hide it. Yeah, you gotta check it out, Artisan. It's on HBO and other various outlets. But you guys are on the internet. You guys been around long enough. You guys know how to do it. I'm not encouraging anything. I'm saying, uh, I'm encouraging legal behavior. Do as I say, not what I do. What's up, Albert? How you doing on them certifications, Albert? There's real truth, but there's real truth, but yeah. I don't know if they want something to jump off or they're just it's a warning. I haven't seen it. Yeah, yeah. They came right out of the gate. It's not even. It's so blatant, man. This is you know, this is a Wolf. This is straight out of Bernays. This is straight out of Bernays and propaganda. Straight out of Bernays. Thing is, which way are they trying to point us? AL, what up? Yeah, female Williams dead, home dead. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, not necessarily Bedrock. Not necessarily. Are fire sticks legal? Fire sticks are legal until you make them illegal. Computers are legal until you do something with them that's not up to code. Hey, Jack, don't give away no spoilers now. All right, no spoilers. No spoilers. We know who the audience is, Wolf. The audience is Wolf. The audience is very obvious who the audience is. It's just why. The question's not who or what, it's why. No spoilers, Jack. Give them a chance to, after after the second episode comes out, it's fair game. Or we can go weapons free tomorrow. No, he don't have to retract. It's okay. Yeah, it is. It is. That's what come Dr. Johnson actually uh hit me to it. He said, "Man, you need to check this out." So I'll check this out. Oh, this is deep. So where the Astros going? Unless you talk about I'm talking about the Houston killing the Nationals. I thought the Astros were in Houston, unless they getting ready to move. How long is HIB? I don't get the question. Well, it's obvious. It's obvious, man. Look at the articles coming out, Wolf. No, no, we trying to get people to. I mean, if I could have told the whole plot. I'm trying not to tell the plot. I want people to actually look at it. No spoilers. No spoilers. Basically, they've blended together about two or three different things. But I would say that this is probably akin to the Turner Diaries, if you guys know what I'm talking about. And that's half the win. Okay. They got there, so I think they're happy to just get there. So I don't think they're going to win. They need to win one game. I think they already won one, right? So just to be respectable. So any other questions? Any other questions? Anything else that you guys want to talk about? There's a I don't know how many ladies are in the are watching, but there was an interesting article that was sent by my hey, what up, Kendra? Kendra in the house. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I should have a rundown, man, so they're already ready. Have a rundown so they're already ready. I'm gonna probably start doing that. Just put them in my Evernote so when they pop up, when I pop them up, I can just run them right down. Okay. Where is it? Here we are. Sputnik News. Put it over here. And this is another video that is a preview that I'm going to do. Uh, and when I do it, I'm going to say coming to a hood near you. UK women resorting to survival sex to put food on the table because of universal credit failure. It's the universal credit designed by the Conservative Party to replace 6 separate welfare benefits. And now they have severe delays in receiving their benefits. So guess what they're doing? Guess what they're doing? It says some women are being driven to sex work because of problems with our universal credit, the MPs say. A woman known only as M says, I currently fail to get my any form of benefits because I am too scared to disclose what I do for work, especially because I currently work in an illegal brothel and we have faced police harassment before. So I really can't have it on record anywhere what I do. And so another woman said, Miss J said he had given a London shop manager oral sex in return for him not calling the police after she was caught shoplifting for food. Okay, ladies, I've been trying to warn you. This could be your future. Trying to warn you. You know, but beware. And see, there was another one. Okay, this is from the New Republic. There's another one for you. To give you guys something to chew on. Liberal feminism has a sex work problem. So basically what they're saying is there's two sides, okay? Strike sex workers unite and strike for a better world. So basically these chicks, they don't there's no benefits and there's no jobs and they ain't got no man. Guess what they got to do? That's what they got to do in this in this world. They try to decriminalize sex, and you have trad kind of women actually against it. So we're gonna have the National Organization of Women oppose decriminalization because it said it encourages sex trafficking. But then again, they want to encourage it because guess what? Women had to make some money. So they can't do what dudes do. Can't do the illegal stuff or that kind of illegal stuff. So they got to get in where they fit in and where the need is what it is. So this is it's gonna be coming to a hood near you. Yeah, yep. Salute M. Prince. You're right. And M. Prince sent me that. He said the price of coochie in the UK is plummeting. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You don't need Johns anymore. But that means half a burrito. Oh man, shame on you. You know what, Bruce? That wasn't so funny. I give you a timeout for that. That's awful. That's awful. That's awful. Half a burrito. All right, I'm gonna post that one. That was funny. That is funny. That is what but it's real though. Oh really? Yeah, I didn't know that, man. We got to talk, Prince. We got to talk. You know what? Actually, I think I don't think it's Howard, man. Actually, I think because Long Beach State out here in California, I think they have like 30,000 students, right? Man, they've been sugar babying for a long time underground, man. You just don't know about it, man. It's been like the last 10 years. Because I used to go to the Funk Festival, man. I've been going to the Funk Festival. They don't do it anymore, but when it was going, I was going like every year for about like 6-7 years, man. And every year I went, it'd be a young black chick student with an old white guy, man. Every year you see about 10, 15 of them, man, and walking with their sugar daddy. So this shit been going on a long time, man. It's just been underground. It is what it is. Hey, it's hard out there. Meow at cats. Cats, you better be glad I'm not in my 20s, girl. You better be glad you're my daughter's age. It'd be over. You'd be saying BGS 1 baby or 2. That's what you'd be saying. But anyway, that's I want to make sure Cats gets the bad. I want cats. I want cats to be out there right. I want to sit her out right. Get that bag. Get her a good dude because she's gonna be a good wife, and drive her. She can drive her big body Benz and be happy. Vegan warrior, what's going on? Ah man, ain't enough sugar daddies out there, Jack. That a sugar daddy, a sugar daddy's gonna come all the way from seven figures down to five. Oh yeah, Wolf. Where do you keep them all, Wolf? Where do you keep them all, man? The most I could ever handle, man, was two at a time, man. I, you know, I'm a Gemini, man. Shoot, I need some me time, man. Man, them players, there's no rest for a player, man. For a Mac and a player, ain't no rest, man. All you doing if you're a Mac or a player is putting out fires. If you got more than two chicks, you constantly putting out fires. So all you doing running from one fire to the next. The only dudes that are halfway max and get away with that if you messing with married chicks. It's the only way. If you got three single chicks, man, I don't even know how these dudes do. Well, my personality, I don't know how they do it, man. Because I see them do it, man, and they constantly on the phone. At work, man, you could always tell the dude that was a Mac, right? I always tell the dude who's always on the phone. He's always on the phone. And in some jobs, your blue collar jobs, he was always at the payphone. That's before they have cell phones, right? He's always on the fucking payphone. You have a little chair right next to the payphone because he was always putting out fires, man. When they had the pages constantly going off, you know. He could only work one job, man. If he was working, only work one job because his second job was those four women that he had. Yeah, you guys are cold, man, and we got freaking 95 degrees, man, here in damn near November. It is hot as hell. It's hotter now than it was in the summer. I swear to God. We didn't get hardly got into the 90s in the summertime. And it's a freaking October, man. We done had had 490-day had 95 degree days in a row. I think one day got up to like freaking 97. So I don't know what's up. But anyway, that's the stuff that's coming for women. Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. See, even Alexa trying to get on her. She Alexa's on the corner. That's how bad it is. Alexa's on the corner. She out there, man. Alexa trying to sell. That's how bad it is out there. Yeah, well, Wolf, see, you one of them dudes, man. You one of them dudes. I couldn't do it. I have two, and that's it. I think two women. One woman gives me a headache, man. So having two, sheesh. At my age, I can't do that no more. Eh, Especially when they know about each other too. Phone go off. I know that's that bitch. So, wait a minute. You know what? Well, you from Chicago. You know how I go, Char. But you don't have them problems. See.
No, I don't.
No, you just have to worry about them hairy dudes. I
The
said
less hairy
the
dude.
less hairy dudes. Said Char like them pretty boys.
No, that was just an example.
Okay.
That was just an
Oh,
example.
okay. As an example. Oh, I thought those are the dudes. Said, oh, Char like them pretty boys. I said,
Oh, that's good.
I see you, Char Willie.
Yeah, that's an example. I
Okay.
mean, I do find him attractive, but
Okay.
that was
Uh-huh.
just an
That
example.
was just an example. Okay. All right.
Yeah, because I
Oh,
know you can definitely see
oh,
who's the hairiest
yeah, yeah, yeah,
twin to me.
yeah, yeah. Okay, that's what you meant by hairy. I thought you saw like body hair and all that kind of stuff. About the you talking about the facial hair and stuff like that. You like them clean cut, Char?
It really it doesn't matter, but
Hmm.
that's just who find me attractive, and I just kind of go along with it.
No, if you got hazel eyes and a big booty, guess what's gonna happen, Char? You know it.
A
I don't have.
smile.
I don't have to tell. Well, the smile. Hey, we'll get to the smile later. If you got a big
Mm-mm,
booty and hazel eyes, okay. Well, that's two out of the three. What else she got? Anyway,
mm-mm.
anyway, did you ever get any more information from your to be continued?
Just a little,
Just a little bit.
just a little,
And
and that was the hearsay. It
uh-huh.
wasn't. She wasn't hearing any of those things herself. He
Mm-hmm.
was feeding it to her.
Yeah, well, and you got to remember there's actually three versions. Okay. Okay. His version, the truth,
Mhm.
and her version with her woman ears.
Yeah.
And my animal, my well, as soon as she started talking about it, and she talked about giving up her kid. I said, "Oh, antenna went straight up." He didn't tell her to do it,
No, he didn't. There was
and
nothing said that at all, and that was the saddest letter I received so far.
it's I understand. You know, I understand, and I understand what she's trying to do. Yeah, this is not about her being in love. It's about her being selfish, and there's two keys that I gleaned from that letter. One, that he's well to do. Okay, because
Hmm. Yeah.
no person that comes from, say, I don't have to worry about getting disowned because there's nothing to get disowned from. So
Would you
that
like
would
to play the first video for the audience? It's
I
what is it, 3 minutes?
sure. I mean, I've never tried to do it, share it from here, but can they hear it? Because I've never tried it.
They should be able to because it'll say share sound when you share a screen. It'll ask.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
little thing say share sound.
Okay. Let's give it a shot. I am down.
Cool. And that way the audience can
So we're gonna play both.
chime in.
So we're gonna play both.
You can just do the first one and let's see. Since that's the shortest one,
Yeah.
and let's just see what happens.
Okay. All right. Share screen. Share. Uh, and all right. Let's see if it works. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Guys, let me know if you guys can hear this.
It's real low.
Okay.
Yeah, it's real low. Yeah, they can't hear it.
Can you hear it?
They cannot.
Okay. All right.
Let me see if I can read the letter. Uh, what is it? Continue to continue. I could have been looking for that. Why didn't I think of that 2 seconds ago? Let's see.
Can can you paraphrase it?
I can,
Mm-hmm.
but I will see if I can find it
Okay.
quickly.
All
Look
right.
like
Yeah, because it was a real interesting. It was. I've heard this before, so I'm not surprised. In fact,
oh, really? Okay.
it's almost it didn't happen. It almost it could have happened to me. Where I could have taken my grandson.
Oh,
So same
wow.
thing. It's not really not a very. It's not unusual. It happens all the time. In fact, really, if you look at Eartha Kitt's story, same thing happened to her because she had her mother had her by a white man, and the white man left, and so she found another man to marry her. But he told her guess what he said? You're gonna have to get rid of that yellow baby.
Wow.
But this is
Okay.
this is like 1928. So this is you know, in other words,
Okay.
if you work around with a yellow baby, you know that uh, you know where the baby came from. This is before we really got mixed. So
Okay.
you have a mulatto baby, it's real easy to see. So that's not unusual, and that happens a lot. But you see, it's a little less usual for black women to do it. Now, white women do it all the time, but they give it up to the. I'm gonna give it away to the father.
Hmm.
But white women do it all the time.
Okay. That's a bit much, but I agree that he didn't ask for that. In my opinion, that's something that she decided.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. You found it? Now I'm trying to wait to see if you can dig it up.
It
Unless you want to just paraphrase it.
Yeah, I'm going to paraphrase it because it just. Oh, wait a minute, there it is. Boop,
Okay.
got
All
it.
right. Got it.
All right.
Charles Willie strikes
Uh,
again.
all
Oh, it's
right.
getting ready
The
to lose
letter.
faith in you, Char.
It's hiding. I had to go find the original on the email, but I
Oh,
got
okay.
it now.
Got it.
Okay, it
Is this is
reads.
go ahead.
Okay. This is from a woman, and she writes to me. She says, "My boyfriend and I are in love. He's a great catch, but comes from a conservative family. I'm a divorced single parent
Mm-hmm.
of an 8-year-old. The problem is my boyfriend's mother and family member oppose him marrying me because I'm divorced with a child. They're
Mm-hmm.
that conservative. They're threatening to cut off all ties if he was to marry me. I love him so much that I transferred child custody rights to my parents, and I have little to do with my daughter now. Her father is not in the picture. Even after this sacrifice, his friends are now advising my boyfriend not to marry me because they say that any woman who can walk away from her child is not worth marrying. How can I convince him to marry me?
Mm.
That was her letter.
Oh, okay.
So that was the original letter, and I'm like, well, that's really not enough information
Mm.
for me to really say anything because I really don't know what's going on with
Mm-hmm.
that. So
Mm-hmm.
I asked her to, I want to hear about him. What
Mm-hmm.
has he said? Because
Mm-hmm.
I just couldn't get it. So
Yeah,
she wrote me.
Wolf is feeling it already. Yeah, but go ahead.
So what I told her is you should not convince him to marry you, and I like to hear more side of his story, and we'll revisit the story. So
Mm-hmm.
she gave me a little bit more information.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it I'm not even going to say, but we can just start there if you would like
Mm-hmm.
for your opinion from what you just heard.
Uh, one. If the father is not in the picture, that means he doesn't want to be bothered with her or the kid. I think she probably had the kid for that man to be married. So this is selfish, and I've seen a lot of women like this. that the woman that the child is a an avenue. It's not a
Mm,
child first. It's she's selfish, and the child is an avenue. So I'm sure the first husband, I wouldn't be surprised if she used that baby to get married to her first husband, and then she's divorced with a kid. Now she sees, she's probably pretty, so she got a upscale dude to date her. That upscale dude is
right.
dating her, but but he's an upscale dude, so why should he marry a divorced woman with a child, with an 8-year-old child, when he's probably can have his pick of a lot of young single women? Now she's cool to date, she's cool to sleep with, which is probably what's happening. He's sleeping
Hmm.
with her, but
Yeah.
the thing is, he's a catch. So he's so much a catch that she's willing to throw everything overboard to get him. So I'm sure he didn't. I'm sure he didn't ask her to sign over the right to his kid. She probably, he's probably doing. You know how guys are. As long as they're getting what they're getting, he said, "Well, I want to be married." And he said, well, "You know what? Um, I'm not. I'm not good with the. With single mothers. You got to be faithful to your kid. Blah blah blah. So I'm not good with that. So I want to start a family fresh." She probably said something like that. And so she's like, okay, if in her mind, the only thing standing between her and this catch is this upscale dude is the kid. And he evidently um he's worth enough to where she's willing to sacrifice her child for her happiness. Yeah, he's well, of course, fitness mom. He just wanted her for sex. Fitness mom can see it with Braille. She okay, sometimes okay, this is it's not always just for sex. She's probably a decent chick. I think sex is probably good. She sounds slightly crazy, a little bit.
Oh boy.
And you know what comes with crazy women that are not always wrapped too tight. Sex is really good,
Hmm.
and and sex is really good. But he knows he can't marry her. That's why if your ex-husband scooted on you and he doesn't come back to claim his kid, you have to give your kid to your parents. Mm-mm. When that child has a father, you were married. That child has a father. How come you didn't give
Right.
if anything, the first trip should have been giving the child to the father. And if the relationship between you and that father is so bad to where he won't even take the kid, those are red flags. Yeah, Prince got it. Prince has it. I mean, men know this.
Yeah, she from what I take, he did not ask her. Uh he could have,
Mm-mm.
but I just don't think he had.
No, no, he's not even.
And
It's not even on his radar. This is all in her mind. He might have. He might have to say. He might have said how he was raised and what his mother always told him. And she's putting all those pieces together in her woman ears and making up a scenario. The reason that he won't marry it's the parents that's keeping him from marrying her, which is probably not true.
yeah, well, it could be a combo. So I can't agree with it, but one thing's for certain, I knew he wasn't going to marry her,
Mm-mm.
and I encouraged her, not to try to convince him, and that's not going to work anyway. And I gave her some things to think about,
Mm-hmm.
as far as giving her child up. What's going to happen now that your child wakes up and you're no longer there? She
Yeah.
needs
Yeah.
you to nourish her.
Yeah.
All those type of things I mentioned to her. So,
Yeah.
and then at the end, I just told her, get some counseling, and also for the daughter as well, because
Yeah.
that isn't,
Yeah.
something that she's going to be comfortable with.
And the parents agreed to take him for over that. So I actually the parents have probably been taking care of the kid anyway. From if
Mm,
she's been running around with this dude, I'm sure she's been running around him heavy. So the parents have probably been taking care of this kid and say, well, we just want our grandchild to be stable, so just give the baby here. So I wouldn't be surprised. Uh, Basically, was it Artisan says the Penny Fleck syndrome. If anybody watched the Joker, Penny Fleck was Arthur Fleck's mother, and the scenario where whether you want to believe it or not, it depends on how you want to believe it. Um, she had a Penny Fleck had a affair with Thomas Wayne, Bruce Wayne's um, father, and there's a question on whether she adopted the baby to get to Thomas Wayne or had a baby for Thomas Wayne. That's been a question, but the thing is, she always lived in hope using the baby as a come up to get Thomas Wayne to support her. So, so that's what he means by the penny flex syndrome. White women do it all the time. So I'm not saying that black women are actually better at it. We think it's worse because as black women are actually looked down upon if they do this kind of stuff. I mean, they really are. Most other black women will shame them for doing this kind of stuff, whereas white women, that's just the cost of doing business. Yeah, I think the child's probably better off with her with the parents, and she's being selfish.
Yeah, they're stable, the grandparents. So
Yeah.
um, I agree with Empress that the daughter
Yeah.
can't actually stay there.
Hmm.
But and then you also, I don't know the age or anything like that, or how
Hmm.
long they've been dating.
Yeah.
But either way,
She's got to be
that's
close.
still
She, she
terrible.
she sounds like she could be probably close to 30 or right around 30.
I can guess that probably got married early 20s, no later than 21, 22.
Yeah, so she's still fairly
Not
young.
sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh-huh.
and this is just about the time a man of means to start coming into his money. So in other words, a black man, a man will get his stride right around 30. So, and if he's on the rise, she sees that he's on the rise. I'm not saying she's trying to get a come up. I'm not saying that she's not a quality person, but the thing is, when this is obvious. If you're willing to, you know, you know, I'm gonna say throw your baby overboard. And just me, throw your baby overboard to get a dude, then you know, I have to I had to be have some kind of suspicion about that woman. It's a Prince. Okay, in Prince says, I saw so much when I volunteered at Beach Just for Women. Stories like that break my heart. It does, but it happened. If you look back in the 20s and 30s, man, and this stuff is going to get worse because as money gets tighter, um, you're going to see a lot of women give their kids up. Fitness Mom said I would guess 35. I don't know, Fitness Mom. I
Mm,
think she's a little younger than that. I just felt
yeah,
like
I would say so too.
35 at 35. Yeah, if she's got an 8-year-old at 35, then I doubt it. That sounds like a younger woman's thing to actually give up her kid like that. And she only had one,
Hmm.
so
Yeah.
now she didn't do. Nah, I mean she didn't do this. It ain't. I wish it was for. It ain't for dick, Black Pill. It had nothing to do with sex. This is money, baby. This is a come up. This is a lifestyle. She was getting penis. That's not the problem.
True, they were actually, a couple there. Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess it's still dating a
they,
couple. So,
they were cuffing, and she's probably cool to date. He just doesn't want to, and basically a well-to-do family will tell you about ready-made family. I'm sure Char got coached from her mother and father about uh, people with children already, with ready-made families. Because I know Char's family parents are old school.
yeah,
They warn you about that. No, it's not just they don't just warn the men, they warn the women too. We just hear more about the women than the men. Um, well, Empress, I'm gonna tell you about this ain't the men's channel, but I would tell you about women, men and crazy. I call crazy cat. All right, I'm gonna say it that way because it's the women's channel. Men and crazy cat. That is a very strange dynamic, and you'd be surprised. I talked to more. I've counseled more men about them and Crazy Cat than I can shake a stick at. Talk about opium for a black man is Crazy Cat. Don't ask me
yeah.
how I know.
And I used to scratch my head about some men that would date certain women. I'm like, why is
Uh-huh.
he with her? She treats
Ooh,
him so bad, or whatever it is.
if you only
And
knew.
when I look back and think, I'm like,
They're addicted,
that
baby.
is considered crazy.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're addicted. Yeah, they're addicted. Every man has a story like that. You know, top tier guys, unless you got a Rolodex, unless you're famous, top tier guys don't want you with one kid because they don't have to. Because you're talking about, you know, for top tier guys are probably like the top 3 or 4% of all black men. They don't have to. They don't have to accept you. There's plenty of women of all ages. And Ram just talked about that because he said that on his he has two videos talk about bottom feeders. I didn't put it on this one, but put it on my men's. And um, he said top tier guys, you gotta you know if you got the only her only saving grace is that she was married, so that's probably one reason why he gave her a break because she was married. But stop it, Wolf. You know what I'm talking about. Well, the thing is, he doesn't like it, but the thing is, she's interpreting what he's saying. She's trying to she's trying to do anything to get him because she knows he's not going to marry her. Say opium plus old school 80 proof whiskey's a crazy cat.
mm-mm.
Oh my goodness. Okay, yes. I would agree. Don't ask me how I know. Yeah, well, you should. You know, that's the best way to do it. Right, but you've seen this, right? So I'm sure you've seen all kind of forms of this kind of craziness. So, but I thought that would be interesting. Um, did you learn more on the second half of the video?
um,
Or did she give you,
uh,
or did she give you more information, or basically you just she didn't give you too much more?
she didn't give me too much more. I think because she just really wants him.
Hmm.
But she did, just let me know that he was telling her that the family says these things and the friends say these things. That much she did reveal.
Okay. Well, it could be true, but she knows the reasons. You know, she that's her interpretation of why he won't marry her because she's trying to say why, um, you know, because he didn't ask her to actually do this, and she did it, and then the guy says, "Well, see, I told you." That's just like the women were saying. That's just further proof.
Yeah, there was nothing there that indicated that he suggested that, well, I'm not going to marry you because you have a child. Nothing like that at all.
Mm-mm, mm-mm. He didn't say that was a roadblock. He said single mothers. That's what he said because it's a different dynamic. So regardless of whether you give the child up, the child still gonna has to be in her life some shape, form, or fashion. You know, and you just can't. You might walk away and give it to the parents, but that child is not gonna. Sooner or later, the child's gonna pop back up.
Yeah, you guys can listen to the continuation of that or second part um, on my channel
Hmm. And
and check it out.
while you're at it, go. You know, we got 200 people. You know, watching. Go subs to Just Ask Char. Get them numbers up. Yeah, well, yeah, she's desperate. I don't blame her. But there was also a article out says 50% of all earners, not just black, all earners make less than $33,000 a year. All earners. So when you get a man of means, you know what it's going to be like climbing over climbing up a hill on broken glass on your knees to get to him.
Ow.
It is what it is, Char. And you know they'll do it too,
Mhm.
don't you?
Pretty sure.
Well, yeah, I'm sure that. Well, depending on who the mother is, I'm pretty sure. Um, I'm sure she wasn't the best loving mother. Let's put it that way. You know, she
Yeah,
was.
to think about that. Gee,
Mm-hmm. For a guy to
this is the solution. Let me get rid of my daughter. Yeah, that's the solution.
that's yeah,
What the world?
yeah, white women do that all the time because they need to go back and get their white privilege, and they can't do it with a mixed child. So they'll hurry up and give the baby to the family. So I can go back and be white. What happened to my mother? My mother was white. Never see her again. So was this woman black?
Well, there's no way of telling. So,
Okay. See, black women look down on this kind of stuff for the women that do this. That we even suggest this stuff. If you do it, you got to do it on the low. Well, back in the day, if black women, if black women wouldn't do it because to get a man, they would do it because they couldn't feed the child. And it's better for the child to be given to a family that could take care of it. But that happens all the time. Didn't Regina? I think Regina was one of those.
hmm
I think her mother gave her up because she couldn't take care of her.
true.
Yeah,
Did say
normally
that.
it wouldn't be for a man because I can't take care of you. So it happens, but it doesn't. But it's kind of rare. That's not something you hear about all the time. Yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. It happens all the time. Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, it happened to my it happened to my daughter-in-law because she's mixed. That's what happened to her. And they hurry up to retain their white. I had a baby because I fell under the spell over some black penis, and now I came to my senses. But I have this mixed baby.
Spell.
Yeah, white women are cutthroat. Yes, they are.
Yeah, I think that was the saddest letter so far received.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. You know
It
what?
hurt me.
You know what the thing is about this channel is that Char does a lot of work on the side, and a lot of the stuff. The reason that we created this channel so that women would have a voice to talk about women's issues, and because I didn't think me and Char didn't think it was done to our satisfaction because a lot of women's channels talk about gossip, but they never get to the issues, and so a lot of stuff we do on the strength. I know I do, and yeah, and I've seen poor righteous teachers not die poor. They dedicate themselves to the black cause and die poor. So, if you can, I'm not saying, twisting your arm or anything like this, but if you can, hey, if you like this kind of stuff, support the channel. Um, because if it wasn't for Char, I wouldn't be doing this. She can tell you that because I wasn't going to start the channel, but Char insisted that we need this kind of, we need this kind of realism because a lot of channels don't talk real to women. They'll cupcake and they'll blow kisses and they'll do all kind of stuff. But thing is, they'll let women skate over the issues, and we try not to. We don't. In this channel, we don't beat up on women. If you want to get beat up, if you like getting beat up and you like abuse porn and stuff like that, show up tomorrow night on the men's channel, okay? And I'll feed you like raw meat to the dogs, and you'll get all the bits and pieces and chews that you want. But we try not to do it on this channel. And we try to get down to the meat of the bones. Even on my men's channel, people think that um, I'm just here tough on women. No, if you want to hear me be tough, get a guy coming and talking some crazy stuff on my men's channel. See me break him down. Even I've even broken down men on this channel. When they started off about their wife or their significant other, said, "Okay, now let's talk about you." They said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, wait a minute! No, you're part of the problem." So if you got it, I know it's the end of the month and the ducats can get short. If you got some shekels, please do hit the Cash App or hit Streamlabs. And I think Char, do you have a PayPal or maybe not? I don't know. So we got Cash App and Streamlabs. So if you can, if you got some shekels, go ahead and drop it in. What up, DeAndre?
You're
Europe. Yeah, people, the reason, and I was trying to tell this to Gab, that the reason that I'm so harsh on women, or I speak so harshly to women, especially on my other channel, is because I need them to wake up. So basically, you ever see those movies where the woman there's an emergency, the woman's crying hysterically, and he's trying to shake her because they're in
mm-hmm.
danger, and he doesn't. So he backslaps her to get her to snap out of it.
Yeah.
Because she's hysterical. No, I'm slap you right now because we need to get, we're in danger. We need to get up out of here. And that's what I'm giving. I'm giving women that slap. Look, wake up. I mean, we just looked at the UK. UK is a white country. Okay. You got white women, not black women, white women selling their coochies just to survive. Okay. I don't want that for my black women. I want them to wake up. I want them to get out of what they're out of because, this game that we're playing is going to come to an end. It's going to come to an end right quick. And we need to stop playing with this. We need to realize where we are, what we're getting ready to do, and stop with all this rhetoric. Hey, you need to fess up about what you're doing, correct what you're doing, and let's get right. Because this is like, say, 2019, get right or get left. And I could, if I really wanted to scare women, I got tons of stories to why you need to do what you need to be doing. Tons of them. Don't go to channels that just talk about the men. No, we need to talk about you because no matter how bad the men are, you still have to eat the next day. You need to have a job. You need to have support. And sometimes you need a partner, especially women. You need a partner to make the ends meet because trust and believe, it's bad enough out there for the men out there on that street. You don't want to be a woman out there, especially a woman out there with kids on that street. Okay. There's a reason that you shelter, and I had no problems with it. Women and children first in that shelter because women ain't gonna do too well out there on the street with all them predators. I understand that. So the thing is that it's gonna come to a point where, hey, you're gonna be out there right along with them, and you need to wake up now, get this shit together now, because what's getting ready to come over this hill is not too pretty. Okay, it's a word to the wise. Anyway, if you got some shekels. Support the channel if you can. Anyway, Char, you got anything?
Um, I kind of want to know about Trump, but then again, I don't. It's just too much. But um,
Do I
I
think?
don't know.
Do I think he'll be? Do I think they will impeach him? I think they will. I think they will impeach him. Do I think that he will be impeached and dismissed, thrown out of office? I don't think he'll be thrown out of office, but I do think he will be impeached because I think the cloak of protection that a certain element of the government um, has been taken from him because of his blunders. So um, I don't know if it's a wake up call or what, but I think there's going to be the cloak of invulnerability has been taken from him. So I think he'll be impeached. You can never say for sure because with politics.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, but he'll remain in office.
Hmm.
And the concern is, all these rumors about the things that's going on.
About what?
That's what I'm.
We're talking about
There was
talking about finance.
so
Finance. We're talking about financially.
yeah, financially.
There's nothing he can do about it. Uh, the excesses, basically, he's inheriting what his last Republican president did. Okay, and basically, it was actually started by a Democrat by actually allowing the Glass-Steagall Act to be repealed, and it kind of basically um, like let loose neoliberalism on steroids. So they were just stealing so much. The banks were just stealing so much it was ridiculous. And then when it caught up to them, it stolen so much that it couldn't be paid back. So basically, Uh, the banks have been in a holding pattern for like 10 years, and the Fed's trying to take them out of the holding pattern, and things are starting to break down when as soon as you take them from the holding pattern because you're taking the banks off of life support. And once you start, and if the patient can't survive off of life support, what you got to do either one, two things: let the patient die or put him back on life support, which is what's happening. But the thing is, they're running out of money. You know, Obama spent how much? Obama spent about 10 or 15 trillion trying to keep the system alive, and that money's running out. And um, now it's going to be get to the point: do we let the economy go, or do we sacrifice the people? It's going to come down to that. And as Papa Pope says, um, whose office do you think they will protect? Whose body do you think they will bury?
Mm.
Man, you don't need three guesses to know who they're going to protect. It is what I mean.
True.
It is what it is, and this is global. You seen riots and disturbances all over the globe right now because this whole system is starting to break down. It is what it is. I'm not saying I see the numbers dropping and say, "Oh, fear points. Let me come back when it's happier." Well, I'm saying I'm telling the ladies, that's why I showed that article about what's going to happen. That if y'all don't get it together, that's your future. I seen this during the crack era when families started to break down, and those the father of the family got on crack, and the mother got on crack. The women got on crack, and the father of the family got on crack. So you had two people. Two types of women out in the street. Had the women trying to get drugs, money sell their bodies to get drugs, and the women out on the streets trying to sell their bodies to get money to feed their kids. And sadly, it's sad to say that this may come up again. And the only comforting thing is that you think that the white women are going to get away with it. They're going to be right next to you doing the same thing. So take heart. There's some consolation. There is a silver lining to every dark cloud. Is there not?
Yeah, I believe that. And I was thinking about it, how I remember
Mm-hmm.
a lot of families here in Chicago, they either worked for the post office
Mm-hmm.
or they drove the transit. And the drugs came, and then one of the mates would start,
Mm-hmm.
the another one would, and
Mm-hmm.
then they would lose their home.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them had property, had buildings, and it was just awful to see that their children were in different places, the grandmother house, the aunt house, down the street.
Mm-hmm.
And, I did see a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of suffering at that time,
Mm-hmm. And
just to see
and it,
that.
and basically that's nothing compared to what's coming. And we put automation on top of that. Ladies, I'm gonna tell you. I know this is BGS for women. We're supposed to have a cheerier, happier tone on this channel. I try to keep that up. And I can tell you that I don't normally bring this kind of stuff to this channel. It's normally happier, it's relationships, it's uplifting, that kind of stuff. But hey, it is what it is. And trust me, the thing is, um, I can tell you as a young man in the '80s that there was a lot of guys like boomers, guys like me that were there to pick up the pieces. So you might have, a boyfriend that got cracked out, or dude that went to jail, and you have hey, we were simps back then. But simps had a little bit more respect back then, and we picked up the pieces. We picked up a lot of single mothers, with one, two, three kids. But guess what? These dudes, millennials and X and these Z's, they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. I can tell you, they are not gonna do it. So the break that your mother and your grandmother got, you're not gonna get that break. I'm just telling you. And this is what they're telling me in the background. So y'all need to get, how y'all gonna have to get your act together. You're gonna have to stop being reckless. It is what it is. And automation is good game. I'm driving. My brother's been on vacation, so I'm driving his Honda truck, right? And it's got all,
Mhm.
basically there is no key, right? It doesn't have. First time I walked up to the truck because I said, "Where's the key?" There is no lock. There is no key. Right? There's only like a little Bluetooth
Mhm.
type thing to where you walk up to the truck, lift the handle, it opens and unlocks and opens everything. There is no key, and when you walk away from it, it locks itself and turns on the alarm. So
All
all
right.
these vehicles are going to be automated. Basically, that truck is just one step away from being self-driving, and all the cars going forward are going to have this technology built into them to where they just put a kit. If they just put a kit on it, then it's a self-driving car, and it's coming. When the drones are coming, AIs are already here. In fact, I was telling Art Newstyle about the meeting that I had with me and my daughter had with the principal and teacher of my son's elementary school. So for all you haters that think that my children and my grandchildren are not in my life, yes they are. Okay, yes they are. I was just down there at the principal's office and we were actually talking about it. He said something to me. He said that I think it's called iReady, but it's basically the artificial intelligence are already teaching the kids, and basically all the school's curriculum is online and can be taught by the AIs already. It's all free. I'm trying to get the password to where he can do it at home.
Wow.
So it's already there. It's already there. They're not telling you about it. I'm sure if you go to your principal or your school board and says, "Do you have an online learning for the program for the kids?" I guarantee you they already have it. The AIs are already teaching the kids. They're just not telling you about it.
Mm,
Yeah, the
okay.
proximity sensor. Yeah.
I was reading about which I don't know what the vote was today for GM workers,
Mm-hmm.
but one of the sites that they was going to close, they're going to keep that open and
Mm-hmm.
uh, make some type of electric car or train or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have my notes in front of me, but
Mm-hmm.
I found it interesting. They only said A, as in one. So I'm wondering, is this whatever this is it very expensive?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why they're only going to make one?
Yeah. Imprints. My grandson is in the second grade. Okay, the second grade. The AIs are already teaching the kids. All right. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. You they'll keep it open to make electric train. They're behind on electric trains. So.
Okay, I know it's supposed to be, I think self-driving. I think that's the whole point of it, but uh, they just said A,
Mhm.
so that's what made me think. I'm like, well, it must be extremely expensive if they're only going to make one. They're going to keep this site open just to make one.
It might be a concession. I don't know why they would make one instead when you need them all over the country. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I
I,
mean,
I,
maybe they just wanted to give that information. Just say A, we're going to keep it open,
yeah,
and B, we're going to make this train.
yeah. They need okay. You need workers to tie you over to the next phase. But the workers already see what's coming. They're really fighting for a job security, which there probably will be none. And
Oh,
fighting for their
okay.
pension because they had a couple of companies that are already hitting people's pensions already. They won't give the people won't get their whole pension, everybody knew that was coming. And Chicago, but also Illinois. Illinois is on the hook for so much pension money. It's absolutely pathetic, but it is what it is. It's like a lot of the rich people actually bailing out of Illinois because they see this pension crisis coming, and a lot of people are going to be on the hook for it.
Okay. Yeah. And as far as the teacher strike here in Chicago,
Hmm.
they're saying look like now they won't be going back to work until November 1st. That's what they can see.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, 2019. You can see the cracks already. You can see the cracks already. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a few years ago. Yeah, but the thing is that oh shoot, I don't know if I saved it. I probably should have saved it. Um, Probably should have saved it. I'm getting lazy with my Evernote, so I used to save everything, but I'm getting lazy about saving stuff. Uh, I am. You know what? The real deal is, from like 2003 to like 2013, 2014, I was doing this like 20 to 30 hours a week, and I just got burnt out and I stopped doing it.
Okay.
And I started doing it again on YouTube because in 2015 because people kept asking me these questions. So I said I'll start doing it again. But for a couple of years, they just got burnt out of doing it. Because if you keep doing it, you will get it does affect your mood.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah, it
I
does.
can.
Let's see what we got. Uh, da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, thanks, Edward. I'll look forward to whatever you email me.
Yeah, I can't find, but they were just saying it about Chicago. It might have been on my Twitter, but they were saying Chicago. I think I know who it was. I exactly know exactly who it was. It was Richard Martin that actually sent it to me and emailed it to us. He says the average uh, the average Chicago person is actually on the hook for $2 million. Average family on the hook for $2 million.
No spoilers, Edward. I know you came in late, but don't say anything about the watch.
No spoilers. Yeah.
Yeah, I erased that because that was extra information.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Email me afterwards, Char. I got something for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure you probably will like this one because it's actually very interesting and was actually highly recommended by the Dr. Tia Johnson, PhD motherfuckers. Um,
Uh-oh, PhD.
he actually recommend. He called me and told me that he showed this in class. So
Ah,
he showed this in class. And let me see if I can find it really quick. I think in pictures, it perhaps is in pictures. Let me see. Uh, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Ah, here it is. That's the JPEG. Let's see what it is. Ah, here it is. All right. And it's a JPEG. Let me share the screen real quick. I'll send this to you later on, Char,
all right.
if you're interested.
Cool.
Chicago households on the hook for up to $2 million in debts under each progressive approach to the retirement crisis.
Ooh.
It depends on which scenario that they're talking about. And the more people
Mm-hmm.
leave, guess what? The remaining people are actually on the hook.
Right. Just more added to them. Yeah, a lot of people are leaving.
Hmm. That's the reason. This is from Moody's Wire Points. Yeah, it's from Moody's investment. Let me pump this up a little bit so you guys get a better look at it. That's where I saw it. Now I remember where I saw it. So I'll send this to you later. But this is it's getting ready to get real, to say the least. So, but anyway, let's anything cheerier. You did a video about a younger man and an older woman. I mean, younger.
Uh,
Remember that? Uh,
oh yeah, that's
but
true. And that guy, I think he kept disappearing. That's what I call it, disappearing.
he kept going ghost.
Yeah, and he come back. He somehow said he loves her.
Hmm.
That was very strange. I'm like, she got to be kidding me. And she was okay with it too.
Of course, she was okay with it. Go.
But she didn't act like, when I get the letters
Hmm.
and you present it to me like, oh, you know. I just can't believe he's doing this. I don't know why. And I'm reading
Mhm.
it like, but you're accepting it. So what do you mean?
She in other words, I'm a great catch. You know, I don't know why he's leaving a quality woman for these other floozies out in the street because he's disappearing for younger women. And she's either one of two things. Either she's a mentor or she's batting practice. One of the two.
Mm, wow.
She don't
And I
get
think
played.
that
Go ahead.
was it 4 years? I think they had been seeing each
Oh,
other for
oh,
4 years,
in,
three or
in,
4 years.
in a cycle. So just the same thing with men and crazy women. They get tired of each other and they take a break, and then they'll cycle back in. It's just a cycle. It's a dysfunctional relationship. The thing is, it works um, because each party is getting what they need. The problem is that she wants it permanently, and he's just there for um, he's there when the other things fail. He's out there.
Yeah,
He's out there trying to get his thing on, and when things fall apart, and he needs some aid and comfort. I know where I can go.
yeah, that's what I took of the letter.
Hmm.
Yeah. I love you. I just don't want to. Some it was some crap he was saying. He didn't. I know he said he didn't know which way he wanted to go or the direction he was going in. Some mess.
Hmm. You ladies can come up and talk about it if you want to. That's what it's here for.
Yeah,
If you guys comfortable in the chat, that's fine. But the thing is, if you guys you want to talk about it, because we me and Char made an effort to actually bring you guys things to talk about. So I know I just
yeah, and
Char has made it, brought it to my attention, or maybe I brought it to her attention that we just can't turn on the mic and say, "What do you want to talk about?" So we have to show a little bit more leadership. So this is me trying to show leadership.
yeah. I'm openly showing you guys. All right, we got one taker. Dun, 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 dun.
Uh,
Coming right up. Hot link.
I says, why are black women silent about a DJ AIDS scandal? That is a good question. You know, I don't think I I I I, th- I think it's a black mark on for black women, and they don't. Most black women don't. Black women do not like to be embarrassed, and men take it a little bit better. But black women don't like to be embarrassed, and that was an embarrassing thing for black women. So I can understand why they didn't. And plus, it kind of messes up their narrative that we don't like black. We don't like white men, and that's
Now we can talk about it tonight if ladies like to.
yeah. Well, this is a guy.
Let me think.
That's a guy talking about it. But if you go back to
Oh,
we talked about it. Actually, talked about it last week, Rudy. So if you want to go back to last week, we spent quite some time talking about it. But that is the issue. But the thing is that this is a lot of this is psychological. It's already built in, especially down south, where it still happens. It is what, and it had nothing to do with high girls. Some of this stuff been going on for a long time. Same reason that uh, um, Eartha Kitt's mother had to give her up because she had a baby by a white man. Most of those light skinned kids was not black men having sex with white women. Okay, so all those mulattoes didn't come from the womb of white women. White women knew better. Okay, they came from the wombs of black women. It is what it is. We don't talk about it. But the thing is, it's we have to get down into the psyche of black people and be honest about it, so we can dig this stuff out and get rid of it. Um, I don't know if it's salvation. What I think the black man is basically black man has to be just the default mate of the black woman, and sometimes he's desired, and sometimes he isn't. Sometimes eh, we're all she got. So, and it just depends on the woman. I'm not saying all. I would love to see the white men wholesale go after black women, so we know who stands with what. So we know
Mm.
who does who's faking the funk and who's really 10 toes down. I would really love to see that. I hope they wish there was because there's enough white men out there to actually come in and actually take up all the excess black women if they really wanted to. There's enough excess white men out
Oh.
there. I just wanted to flood on down and then make yourself available and see who's who.
Mm.
And then the women that are left over, those are your women. And then there's no question that we can get rid of the argument. Okay, the women that are left are those are your women.
That would be very interesting.
So what do you think would happen, Char? What do you think would happen?
Hmm.
Are you up in the air like me?
I'm gonna be a little wild with what I'm gonna say. Um, the women gonna be like, "Where the man at? The black man ain't gonna say nothing. Y'all ain't gonna say nothing. Why y'all quiet?" And then they're gonna run and hide. That's what they're gonna do. So, and then once the men go away, then they like, "Y'all ain't say nothing. You ain't protect us. See, that's why we don't want you. See,
Uh,
that's what I see happening."
and white
It's a
men have
mess.
standards for the most part. Well, they have their standards. And you got to remember, we've all been socialized. It ain't just us.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you see it. Money, hey, follow the money, Linda. Yeah. Well, I got one word for that, Arthur. I mean, Wolf. Bullshit. Let black women tell it we're not their salvation. We're the bane of their existence. If you let them tell it. So
That's what I see happening.
highlights that. Yeah, it is what it is. One thing is now we're gonna get a peek. I was gonna say you see a lot of Prince. Be nice, Prince. Linda says she's in Detroit and she sees a lot of beautiful black women with old nasty looking white men. And Prince says it's prostitution, Linda. Hey, I'm not saying those are sugar babies. That's what he's saying, Linda. I probably tend to agree.
Now,
Um,
let me help you across the street, baby.
well, basically they're the top of the totem pole as far as picks. It is what it is. So black men don't like to hear it. So, but it is what it is, and it has more to do with just raw physicality or sexuality, anything like that. Um, for most, for most women, unfortunately, black men are actually sexual objects in the black community. It's more so than the women are, which is reversed. Man, black men are probably more desire. Black men are probably more desired for their sexual prowess than their money, which is unusual in most societies. So Linda said, "I would rather jump off a bridge." Well, that's you're not a sugar baby, Linda. So you be on this side, but yeah, well, I would like to take a head count though. Ready Mind says, when was the last time y'all went to eat at I don't is it does TGIF is there one still open? I haven't seen one in years.
Uh, maybe about
TGI
9 years.
Yeah, I haven't seen one in years.
It's been a
So if they
long time.
if they existed, there used to be a big franchise, but I think they started cutting back on the franchises. So
Yeah,
other things, yeah, other things took their place. I think there is one. I have seen one, but yeah, but I haven't seen them in a while.
once they had cut that program where I get so many punches and get something free,
Hmm.
hey, I backed away.
My kind of girl, child. Where was you when I
Stop
was?
them coupons.
Where was you
I
when I
can't
was
do
a
it.
young? Where was you when I was a young man, Char Willie?
I I'm cutting them coupons.
Yeah, very interesting, Linda. We're gonna have to talk about this, Linda, because me, you, and Wolf are gonna have to talk about this because there's some very interesting uh, uh, archetypes and images going on in that Watchmen. Very interesting. It goes along with a lot of stuff that have been said, especially since DJ Trump has been in office. Shout out to my SYSBM brothers. That's what they named him when he first got there, DJ Trump. And when I move, you move.
Just like that.
Just like that. Hey, DJ Trump, come bring that back. It is depreciated, but money is still power. Black women want to consider that option. A lot of them have kissed my ass burgers. I don't know why they would consider that option. Oh, look who's up.
Greetings.
Good evening, BTS. Good evening, Shar
Good evening.
and
Greetings.
Fitness Mom. All right. I'm here. I'll just wait.
No, okay. It's up to you. Yeah, DJ Trump and Pence. Uh, we'll see, Mick Pence. And they're all looking. They're all running for cover because Trump has really made an ass of himself in foreign policy, and the certain people do not like their foreign policy messed with. Did I see? Do you believe Sperman a 2 point example of level? No, I don't think it's level up. I think this is just old programming is still enacting. I think they're still playing on old programming. Fitness Mom, what up? You said you want to talk about the mother that gave up the kid.
Um,
Where do you want to jump in?
well, the mother that gave up the kid, the reason why I was saying 35, was because of the fact that, she was acting like it's her last chance.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason why I would have guessed 35 and up.
You know what? I don't think it's necessarily her last chance because she was married, but I think it's because how often do you see a man of means come into your life, especially a black, if she's indeed black? You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
she could be in her 20s, but the thing is, if this dude is talking about being disowned, that means they have some kind of wealth, and that means he's probably well-to-do. So, and how many dudes? How many women run across a dude like that? And basically, most women that run across a dude like that, they're gonna shoot their best shot. So I'm just saying that's what I'm reading.
Yeah, well, she probably was young.
I say she's right around. Sounds like she's right around 30. The way she
I
speaks.
say no older than 32, no
Mhm.
younger than 29. That's my
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, right around that 30 mark because the child is 8, so and she's been divorced already, so that sounds right around the 30-ish mark. Because if she was, I think she's like 25, like in her mid-20s, I think she would come across a little differently. She wouldn't come across as desperate. She'd actually have more. She'd actually wait, take more time. But yeah, she's trying to lasso him in. So, and sounds like she might not be the only one. That's what it sounds like. I would probably guess that.
I found it interesting. She said, "We're in love," and
She's speaking for him.
instead of
She's speaking for him, huh?
right.
Oh yeah, I remember now. It was because she had kept making a comment about
Mm-hmm.
we had did this for so many years and we had did that for so many years, and I was like, men don't mark years like women because men have a lot more. They can waste more years, so to say.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Because I actually talked about this probably before you actually came to the channel, Fitness Mom, about how men and women actually look at relationships. And men look at relationship as a hierarchy. Okay. And women look at a relationship as time served, as seniority. Basically, I put in so many years, so I should progress as far as years that I put in because I've earned so many years putting in. Men don't look at it that way. Men look at qualifications. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying because she could have spent 30, 40 years and he's still be like you still who you are.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Even though we don't like, men don't like it and women don't like it because we look at things differently. But it is what it is, and that's sometimes that's the problem. It's hard accepting the way the other sex looks at the world. It was hard for me. It took me a while, man. It took me good grief when I peeped it when I was young, and I understood it. After especially after I think the Lucifer Principle was actually printed like '95. So and then it took me another 10 years or 5 to 6 years to actually accept it. Okay, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. It is what it is. I was just talking to I was asking T because we're actually talking about who we're talking about. We're talking about a story they saw online. I'm trying to remember which star it was. Oh, it was I can't remember who it was. Um, and he asked me, can women truly love us? That's not unconditional, but it's in some kind of way. And I said, yeah, she sure can, but you have to be inside her nest. And he asked me, um, he said, really? I said, yeah, really. He said, how do you know that you're inside her nest? I said, really? If you really want to know, she's gonna try to mother you. Oh, but I can't stand being mothered. But you asked, okay? If a woman really cares for you, she's gonna try to mother you because that is what she's built for, and that's what she does for the people that she loves, which is normally her children. She's gonna try to mother you. And some men can stand it when some men can't. But the thing is, how do you know if she's really caring? She doesn't try to mother you, but she doesn't love you like that. Okay. She doesn't truly completely love you in that caring kind of way. What do you think, Char?
I have a
Eh,
question about that because I mean, that could obviously go a little too far, no? And then in that case, you're basically creating a mother-son relationship
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
not a relationship where she's submitting to him. If you're mothering,
Hmm.
by definition, you're kind of in the boss role.
Uh, a caretaking role, and it's up to the man to have to maintain a balance, but
Mm.
because it's instinct that she's running off of.
Hmm.
It's subconscious. It's not something that she's doing consciously. She's not trying to make you her a child, but the thing is that her instinct takes over, and that's how she cares for her loved ones. She's gonna do that.
I get that because as a woman, when you
Hmm.
care for something, you want to protect it, and
Hmm.
a woman's way of protecting something is by mothering it.
Yeah, yeah. She's gonna try to mother you, and it's
Like,
it
I
be
don't disagree because
uh-huh.
I do it,
Yeah.
but I feel like at the same time it's a problem that I do it because it's like infantilizing. I'm
It,
like
uh,
babying you. I mean, I feel like I do it also because I don't have children yet,
yeah.
maybe. And so it's always been like something that I'm careful to try to pull back on because I feel like it's a flaw, actually.
Have you ever seen that old couple that has children and grandchildren and stuff like that, and you see the wife fussing
Hmm.
over her husband? Okay,
Hmm.
yeah.
it's a form of mothering. But the thing is it has to be a certain. The man has to establish a certain kind of balance
Mm.
between mothering and him being in charge. But it's up to him to strike that balance. Because if you don't, she will make you one of her children.
Yes.
It is what it is. I tell men, because we're having, me and Dr. Johnson were having this argument because he doesn't like it. I don't either. I don't either. So I know how he feels. I don't like my woman mothering me. But the thing is, I have to understand that is just, in other words, men see it as you trying to make me a child and you trying to take my power instead of understanding that's just who she is and you striking a balance. And when you, um, reject it, then she's gonna feel hurt. You don't appreciate me. You're being mean to me. I'm trying to love you, and blah blah blah. And it's up to him to understand that's who she is, and it's her way of expressing love and striking a balance. Like, okay,
Mhm.
mama, I understand. And you have to stop fussing. Let me do this. And you just go over there and sit down and be quiet for a second. I got this. That's just the way they. That I think, in my opinion, that's the way they show love.
Well, and you know what? I guess for me, the way that I've felt like I've taken it on myself to have
Hmm.
to find that balance.
Hmm.
And so I kind of fall back a little bit on mothering him
Hmm.
in a direct sense. Like,
Hmm.
I'm going to, fix your clothes, fix your collar, blah, blah, blah.
Hmm.
Right. Like, I leave him to at least do that for himself for the most. But if it's real bad, like, yo, take that shirt off. Come here. I need to iron that. You can't go outside like
Yeah.
that. Right.
See.
but
Hmm.
but I do the mothering in other ways. Like,
Hmm.
I'm making sure, oh, you got your lunch packed? No, you got to put some
Hmm.
snacks in there. Come, let me put some snacks in there. Like in that way, right? Like, I don't trust that you actually packed the right lunch. Let me
Yeah.
make
Yeah.
sure you
See.
fed yourself,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah. I mean, it's instinct. It's not like you're trying to infantilize and make a child. It's just that's the way women show love.
hmm
Can't help
We have to come.
ourselves.
It's instinct. I mean,
Yeah.
if a woman, I tell men, if a woman does not do, because a lot of time, if a woman doesn't do that for him, then he says, "Oh, wait a minute, what's wrong?"
hmm
Because she's not showing love to me, and really, she isn't because you're not inside her nest. So that
hmm
means you're something other. That means you're an object, and you could be an object to be used because
hmm
you're a means to an end. So the thing is, you want her to have that motherly love for you because that's the way she shows love. That's the way then she truly cares for you. But if you're outside that nest, then as catchy as catch can. If you're outside that nest, in my opinion, that's from my experience.
I mean, I'm slightly like I guess a carer by nature anyway,
Hmm.
and like acts and service is sort of my love language anyway. So I'm
Hmm.
like that with everybody.
Hmm.
Like, I tend to just assume it's not on purpose, right? But it would
Hmm.
look like I think no one can take care of themselves because I'm constantly thinking about things that the average grown ass person obviously should be thinking about themselves, even with like the women I care about. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? I ask them like just common sense things and offer helpful suggestions that no one asked for, and just stuff like that because I care,
Hmm.
right? So I want to help you. And oh, you have a head, come sit down, I'll make you some tea, and da da da. And oh, Mom, you can't wear that, mom, with that hat. Come, let me help you, right? Like, I'm just like that. Like, I just kind of, but then I think that it's a flaw, so I'm like, I try to pull back on it because
Hmm.
I think well, I definitely think it's annoying to everyone else, right? But
Hmm.
like, I've always thought it was like a character flaw of
No,
mine.
no. I mean, some you see it more in some women than others. Like I'm sure Char Willie's kind of like that. She's a mother type
hmm
because she's a Cancer. She's probably a mother type, and it's instinct.
Yeah.
She doesn't do it to weaken people. That's just who she is. My mother's like that, you know, um,
hmm
and normally people that are mother types like that, they actually bring in a lot of strays, like my mother does. Just bring them home, feed them,
Yep.
take care of
Yep.
them. Shut up, eat.
hmm
Here's some warm socks and a blanket. Go sleep on the couch. But the thing is, that's what they do. And when you got a good woman, she's gonna have that. And men have to know how to strike a balance. That's what I was trying to tell him. So he said, "Dad, damn it." He said, "God damn it." He said, "Can it be something else?" Dude, you ask. Okay, this is how they built. You can't break the mold, right?
I have
hmm
a question.
Go ahead.
I've noticed something recently.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask your opinion about it.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed that it's some women who are around my age now
Mm-hmm.
that got married young
Mm-hmm.
and they have daughters
Mm-hmm.
and they feel like I don't know why they feel this way, but some seem to feel like their life was not fully lived or something. So they're teaching their daughters to,
Yeah.
spend their 20s having fun and
Mm-hmm.
then with their 30s to decide to start getting married and starting a family around that time. But like they don't want they're trying to teach their daughters that what they did was a mistake of getting married young. So they
Mm-hmm.
want their daughters to spend their 20s having fun and
Mhm.
playing the field, and then try to settle down in their 30s. What do you think about that?
Because you're a parent, I'm a parent and a grandparent, right? What do you want for your children when you raise them? What do you want to give them?
You want to give them better than you've had?
You want to give them the stuff that you think that you didn't have, right?
Yes,
And sometimes giving the stuff that you didn't have makes the situation worse, right?
exactly.
So that's what that's why women do that. Uh, they tell them that because they probably were told to get a good man, get married young, get married younger, so you get the best man available, which is actually the best advice you can actually give a young woman. While your stock is hot, cash your chips in when your stock's at the top, not when it starts to bottom out, right? So
That's exactly how I feel.
that's the best advice. But the thing is, um, if you do that, then what are you giving up? Because, like I said, it's a trade off, right? Economically, it's a trade off. You actually cashing at your stock at the top, but to get married, what are you giving up? Giving up all the fun that you have, the fun that you actually use with that stock, with all those chips, and have a good time and travel and experience a whole bunch of guys, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
you got to give that up. You can't have both of those, right? You can have one or the other. So which one do you choose? Do you get married and have kids and start a family for your future? You have a stable life and stable future, or you go ahead and spend that on having a good time.
yeah, and that's the thing about it. Because I mean, I can understand that logic at 20 and
Hmm.
maybe even early 30. But if you're around my age and you're still thinking, shoot, I wish I had fun in my 20s, I'm like,
Hmm.
if you have a stable future,
Hmm.
then who cares about having fun in your 20s?
The people that feel that they missed out on something, YOLO, what is called a FOMO, fear of missing out. So they say, I wasted my life, because they're not happy with the choices that they made. So they wish they had made a different choice, and they thinking that the life would have treated them better if they had made a different choice. And some women can switch tracks in their 30s and do just that, but it's not the majority. Sometimes you miss that train. Yeah, or you have to take a slower train. The train is not going in the exact direction that you want. So that's what you give up. But and that's what they teach them. And that's something something we're talking about as far as black women are concerned about the independent streak in black women. It wasn't that it wasn't always there. It was, but the thing is, um, the environment and circumstances got to kind of preclude that. And you hear that a lot of older mothers. I wish that I had these opportunities when I was young, because I would have never gotten married at 20, 21 and started having kids and that kind of stuff. So they teach they give their daughters their regret,
Mm.
and sometimes it's good advice and sometimes it's not.
If I could add something in,
Hmm.
because what I noticed is, on average, the women that I see do that are the loyal, kind of committed types that aren't going to leave their marriages.
Hmm.
Um, but with that being said, now they have the wisdom of being able to look back and recognizing that, they didn't really know themselves, what they wanted, what they
Hmm.
needed,
Hmm.
anything. Like, they were just in love. So
Hmm.
they got married and they settled down, and they kind of regret making a choice based on that.
Hmm.
Like, maybe they wish they had married someone
Hmm.
who was
Hmm.
happy with them taking their life in a different direction,
Hmm.
but their current spouse isn't. And they
Hmm.
realize they can't really change that now. So now they're kind of stuck. So it's like,
Hmm.
they're not going to tell you. They're telling you to read between the lines. Like, they're not going to tell you, well, actually, I mean, your father's a nice man and everything, but am I wildly happy? No. Do I wish that my life had gone in a wildly different direction and now we could move to Paris for a couple of years so I could, pursue my dreams of being an artist or something? Like, they're not going to tell you all of that. They're just going to be like, oh, well, maybe don't settle so young, go out and see the world first and whatever. And they're just kind of telling you to read between the lines and do that because they're not at the peak of happiness. I mean, they know they have safety, they know they have security, and they
Mm-hmm.
know they have a good man, and they're not going to throw that away. Which they shouldn't, obviously, but they also know that there's something missing for them, and that that something is based on the fact that they did, kind of jump in and then think later, and they kind of want you to not do that.
I mean, you can tell them not to do that. The thing is that you regret your choice because you got stuck, but you don't know what would have happened if you hadn't taken that choice.
Exactly. I mean, and that's the thing, right? I mean, there's always the grass is always greener on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
With that being said, I'm happy that my mom did that when it came to her life, because, she got accidentally pregnant in her teens while she was still in high school, and, married before I came,
Mm-hmm.
and then separated before, she was 25.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even remember my parents being together. So, she started drilling some things into me before I even understood what the hell they meant. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that that was why. And, as much as she couldn't tell me, I regret having you, because she was like, you're the greatest gift I ever got. But
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had you 10 years
Later,
later.
yeah.
Right? That's what it is.
I mean, I'm not
Like,
saying I'm just saying that you should wait, that you should marry in your teens. What I'm saying is marry, don't marry, try to wait till you're 31, 32 and decide, okay, I've lived enough life, let me go and find a husband.
mhm.
Which
Yeah,
is,
no, no,
yeah.
don't. I wouldn't say that either. I think, well, at least, I'm sorry, maybe fitness mom, we need to clarify, because I'm like, I thought you were saying like that the girls that are being told this were younger. You're saying that 35-year-olds are being told don't settle down now? Like wait
No,
till you're
what, no,
40-ish?
no, what they're saying is
Oh.
that you're telling girls, you're training women, girls as they're coming up.
Hmm.
Wait till you have lived your life. And then when feminists are telling the girls the same thing, wait till you have lived your life to you, and you know what you want to you, so you can settle down with a man. Normally, you don't know who you are really or lived your life until you get to your 30s.
Well, I'll say like between 25 and 30, I think is a good age to settle down and
Yeah,
start having children and stuff like
yeah, but
um
you don't know, you haven't lived life at 25. You're just starting to, especially with if you're going to college and you have some kind of delayed maturity like these kids do. So in other
mhm,
words, you're just starting to be an adult at 18, and 7 years later, you know, how much have you learned at 25?
Yeah,
true.
they're talking about getting married like after you're 30 something.
Yeah,
And the problem with that,
Oh,
yeah.
but
oh.
let's say you do that, you follow that advice, and you spend your 20s exploring the world like they're telling them to do. Go have multiple partners, explore the world,
Mm-hmm.
travel, blah, blah, blah. And
Mm-hmm.
then at 31, you wake up, you're 31, and you're like, okay, I'm ready to get married now. I got my career. I done traveled the world. I done did all this stuff. The thing is, the men who are actually good and eligible are probably going to be off the market by then.
Yeah, or if they're 31 and they're eligible like you think they are, they're going to be looking for women that are 25 and 26.
Yep. Yep. Your options change when you are over 30. And then again when you're over 35. And then again when you're over 40.
40,
So,
yeah, yeah.
when you're over 30, you want an eligible bachelor who's, maybe a few years older than you in a stable position like you are. He might already have children. He might already be married and divorced. He might be significantly more experienced in real relationships than you are.
Mm,
And you can't sit there and be that selective where you were like, oh no, well, he's got to do this, and he can't have been married before, he can't have any kids, blah blah blah. Well, that's
yeah,
not the reality. The reality is the average person who likes to, be in committed relationships and blah 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 has probably tried that before by the
mm,
time they've hit mid 30s.
yeah. The problem is that the which is why in ancient cultures they always paired the men and women at least 7 or 8 years apart. And I used to wonder about that. I had to do some exploring. The reason is that women are fully grown, physically around 19 or 20. Okay, men are not fully, haven't fully physically finished growing until they're 30. So men have just finished growing at 30 years old. They have just finished growing at 30 years old. So it's a different dynamic. So men don't fully physically mature till they get 30. Women, I said at peak physical maturity for women is between 21 and I mean peak. I mean even if it's late, it's between 21 and 23. So there's a 7 or 8 year gap.
Hmm.
I'm
How?
telling my daughters, you
Hmm.
gotta you when you hit 18,
Hmm.
19,
Hmm.
you gotta have your eye on the prize. Now you go to college, well, my son, he's going to college. My daughters, that's optional. You
Hmm.
know, go to college. If you go to college, you make sure that you are scouting available prospects because I mean the degree is secondary. I mean, it might not sound like that, might not be what's politically correct to say, but the degree is secondary. We are in college to scout prospects and get this degree.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, what Wolf is saying, yeah, so 35-year-olds are competing with 25-year. Yes, they are. They're competing for the same men, and you had a little bit of grace over the last, let's say, 20 years because the economy and government is actually stepping in and um, making that not so necessary. So, well, a woman still has her money; she can still kind of wait and choose, or a young woman could go. It's easier for a young woman to actually get a younger man because he still has a little bit more money. But in economic tough times, it's even more apparent. And I see it all the time. You see a lot younger women with a lot older dudes because those dudes are stable, mature, and have a bit more resources than the young dudes. Young dudes don't have no resources, so it is what it is. So,
Speaking of resources,
hmm,
I have something about the whole 50-50 debate.
all right, go ahead, shoot.
Okay.
See, I was thinking about that. The
Hmm.
whole, because when I was younger,
Hmm.
and a lot of women, especially in their 20s,
Hmm.
young 20s,
Hmm.
a lot of times we fail to plan for the future.
Hmm.
We are emotionally driven, so we live in that moment a lot of times.
Hmm.
And when I was 21, 22, 23, and a lot of women at that age be like 50-50, sure, why not? Okay, we go half on the bills, we build together, we're great, we're doing good, ha ha ha.
Hmm.
Years, and the thing is, you don't have children at that time, so
Hmm.
everything is all great and it's all dandy. You're building together, you're creating these little nest eggs, and everything is great and dandy, and you're making minimum wage.
Hmm.
You got love, you don't need funds.
Hmm.
But the problem happens is when the kids start coming, and as
Hmm.
you get older, and you start to mature, and you
Hmm.
start to think about the future.
Hmm.
That's when the 50-50 problems start to come in. And that's when they have things like the divorce starts going up due to financial hardships and all
Hmm.
that stuff.
Hmm.
And then after a while, the women, that's why the resentment sets in because
Hmm.
the woman starts thinking to herself, I'm paying this money and I'm not really seeing any, payouts, and my children are still struggling.
Hmm.
I don't have anything going on. And that's when it really becomes a problem. So that's why I say,
Hmm.
it's not a problem when you first meet a woman, especially if you are both childless and in your 20s, because
Hmm.
all you need is love. But as that woman gets older, that's when the 50-50 starts to actually become a problem.
Is this for all women or black people? Which one are you trying to focus on?
Um
About black, talking about
I
the black,
haven't I
talking about the
was
black
just
community.
yeah, I was just thinking about it amongst the
Okay,
people that I've actually seen have what, because
okay,
I've seen several relationships just sort of fall to the wayside that were 50-50.
okay. Um, I might say something that's controversial, and you probably think I'm being mean. Okay, but the thing is, 50-50 problem is actually formed well before these two people get to be an adult. Okay, if you have your boys at the bottom of every category that you can think of, but I'm talking about black boys. Okay, you have black boys at the bottom of every category, and you already have more women than you have men. Okay, when these boys get of age, what do you think is going to happen when they get to be adults? How do you think? What do you think is going to happen with these when a black man and a black woman gets together? Can these black are these black boys that you never trained, you never pushed to excellence, you never did, you never pushed them to be the top of their game. You let them fail, and they're supposed to, when they turn 21, they're supposed to be able to support a family and a woman.
Yeah, I could see that because I mean, if you don't let if you see when it comes to this is how I feel. When it
Mm-hmm.
comes to raising boys, you okay, I gotta not think in my mindset because what I just said is that what I was about to say is the opposite of how most boys are raised.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta think in another mindset. So I'm gonna switch mindsets right now.
Let's go with your mindset in
Okay.
your segment where you were raised.
Hmm.
Who was actually preferred as far as being on
Oh,
top?
boys, period.
Boys,
The
boys were
boys
pushed.
gotta be preferred. The
Prepared.
boys gotta get the best.
Why were they given the best? Why were they preferred? Why were they pushed ahead?
Well, like me with my son, what I'm going to do with my son is because a man has to stand on his own 2 feet. A woman
Mm-hmm.
can fall back because a
Mm-hmm.
woman is a follower, so she can fall back to her man.
Mm-hmm.
Period. But a man, he has to stand on his own 2 feet. There's no falling back.
Mm-hmm.
So if my son has to support himself and his family,
Mm-hmm.
so he cannot do that if he's getting coddled or if I don't let him fail. He has to fail to succeed. That's the
Mm-hmm.
only way you can succeed is by falling.
Mm-hmm. And you,
So
and you
he's gonna
demanded
push.
and you demanding excellence out of him, right?
It can't be any other way because if I don't demand excellence out of him, then when he goes out there, he's gonna fall on his butt.
Okay.
And
So
then he's
uh,
gonna have a whole family in the gutter.
yeah. So basically, you're raising your son, your black son, the opposite of the way most people raise their black sons, right?
Yeah, that's why I was like, should want to shift gears because I was thinking to myself like 50-50, it works somewhat only if I don't think it works because they don't think about the future. Like if they're both struggling now without a
Mm-hmm.
child, then when
Mm-hmm.
the child gets in, they'll
Yeah.
be struggling.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. If and we're talking about the majority. Not talking about there's always going to be some guys that can do it. There's going to be 20% of guys, maybe 30% of guys that can do it, right? But so we're talking about for the vast majority of women or black women, if they get into and the vast majority of women, black women they have to settle for the default, right? Um,
Yes.
they really can't break into other areas like Asian or white or Latino for the most part. I'm not saying for the most part. So basically, when they come of age, these are the guys that they have. I mean, you can't. There's old saying, you can't go to war with the army that you wish for. You have to go to the war with the army that you have. And what I'm saying is, this is not something that just started to occur. This has been going on for 100 years. Okay, um, that we have allowed this stuff to perpetuate, and we talked about at least 3-4 generations since civil rights. Three, four
Yeah.
generations. And thanks, basically, we keep repeating the same thing over and over again. But the thing is, then we complain about 50-50. We complain about broke dudes, complain about no men that are not able to take care of a family. And we think that, maybe this is black girl magic. Okay. If we sprinkle a little pixie dust on them, they're supposed to turn into these awesome, responsible, energetic, go getter men. And at 21. And no other culture thinks that. We're the only culture that thinks that black men are supposed to get emancipated at 18 and be able to take on the world. No other culture thinks that way. We're the only culture that thinks that way.
And I could see how that is majority. A lot of the things can be tracked back to
Uh,
raising
uh,
black
uh,
women.
I'm gonna give you one warning, kiss my ass burgers. This is a women's channel, okay? And if you want to do that, I don't really like that kind of stuff on on the men's channel. about going in like that. This is not a SYSBM channel. If you want to come here, you're gonna have to be nice. This is the last one I'm gonna give you. The next thing you're gonna be wished to the cornfield like a lot of other guys. Okay, I've been watching you. I see the little smart things that you're saying. We're having an honest talk. If you don't like that, man, join me on Saturday night. And other than that, you're gonna have to cut that out. Otherwise, I'm gonna wish you to the cornfield. Okay. Now go ahead, fitness mom.
I can see how that can, well, it has a lot to do with raising, the fact that, like you were talking about earlier, the nest and all that stuff,
Mhm.
and they're coddling their sons, and a coddled son cannot be a strong man. But
Or and sometimes they're not coddled. Sometimes they're just forgotten. I was in my son's second grade class. It's a whole lot of boys that's gonna get left behind, baby. That would you sit in that class? You look at these kids and said, "I wish I could take them home." And you can't. And the statistics, it used to be like 65% of black boys weren't reading on grade level. Now it's 75. And this is California, where there's money in California. There's no reason that should happen in this day and age. And it is what it is. So it means that black women really they don't care. They don't care about the prospect and the advancement of boys till now. I need a man, and it's his fault that he wasn't trained.
and,
It's
and
go ahead.
I think that that's another thing to do with it. Like
Hmm.
when you think about some of the mothers that are raising,
Hmm.
like they don't have a man, so sometimes they do sort of treat their sons like he's sort of a replacement or a placeholder in a way for the man that they don't have. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
I mean, if you wanted a man, wouldn't you want a man that's intelligent, go getter, and all that kind of stuff? How come you don't raise him to be that? If you want a man that's supposed to be right for you, but you don't want 50-50 from your son.
Yeah, but because it was funny because I was watching this episode of South Park, right? Because I love South Park, and it was this episode where it was Cartman's mother, and Cartman was out of control, so they got Caesar Milan to come on, the
Hmm.
dog whisperer,
Okay.
and and he got Cartman in line so that Cartman was acting like a normal man, a normal little child,
Hmm.
and she was hanging out with Caesar the
Oh
whole,
yeah, I remember this. Okay,
Hmm.
sorry, go ahead.
and then Caesar left her. As soon as Caesar Milan left her,
Hmm.
Cartman was acting. He was doing his homework. He was, just straight A1.
Uh-huh.
Then all of a sudden, she found herself alone.
Hmm.
And so she started tempting Cartman right on back to the way he was before, where he was acting like an out of control child
Hmm.
because he was keeping her busy or sort of filling the
Yeah.
spot, the
Yeah.
void she had
The
for.
void that you have. Yeah. Because do you know what? There's an old saying: if your wife is getting on your nerves, you put a baby in her. Give her something to do. This old man said, if a woman get on you, put a baby in and give her something to do. She bored.
There's a lot of truth to that in a way.
Oh, really? Do tell, fitness mom.
No, I mean, yeah, women do tend to, especially as the children get older, they do tend to maybe nag a little more. I've noticed a certain woman. I'm not going to say names,
Yeah,
but it's a
yeah.
certain woman
If she
that's
can't,
on YouTube
yeah,
that
if she can't mother you, if she can't mother a child, she's gonna mother you.
yeah, there's a certain woman that's on YouTube who is doing some stuff for stuff and saying some stuff, blah blah blah,
Hmm.
and you can tell that maybe the husband is a little tired
Hmm.
of the attention she may have been giving him. So now
Hmm.
she's giving the attention to YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. Give her something to do. Women do get bored. Women get bored, and the worst woman to have is a bored woman. She's gonna get into all kind of mischief if she's bored.
It's funny because that woman's built quite a big YouTube audience.
Good for her.
I can be bored, but as long as I'm not broke, I'm good.
Well, you're not the typical black woman, Char.
and always find something to do.
I
Yeah,
always say
she
that.
got like 200,000 subscribers.
Oh, really? Okay. Hey, well, at least she has something to do. Keep her busy.
Exactly.
Hmm. So she can mother her YouTube folks. Yeah, but that's it. But 50-50, I understand. And basically, there should be men to actually lead like that. The thing is that um, it's nice to want that. It's nice to desire it. It might be even be right. But the thing is, I always ask women, where did these men come from? You know, they where were they raised? They weren't just growing on a vine. You just go and pick them, and they're supposed to come out as fresh fruit. They had to be trained, and they're not training them. So
Well,
go ahead.
that's the thing. There's this misunderstanding
Hmm.
somewhere.
Hmm.
I think especially with women maybe who aren't already married for a while before they have children, that wives are created from marriage and not some time ahead of time.
Hmm.
So they think it doesn't matter how you raise your daughters, whatever, she'll find herself a good man. And by
Hmm.
good man, God knows what they mean by that.
Hmm.
And then by, the act of walking down the aisle and getting married, she'll wake up tomorrow and poof, be a
She'd be a
wife.
wife, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
which doesn't work.
really.
Which is another thing that doesn't work because actually, me and Fitness Mom, she was actually on my men's channel. I have to make a copy, cut that segment out because she actually gave um, a lesson. She actually gave a damn near class about that, about being a wife. Because she said she's everything you said. She was raised that way, and me and Charlie talked about that. You could tell a woman that's actually raised to be a wife because even if there's a man not there, she's still going to do the same thing that a wife does
Hmm.
because she doesn't know anything else. Like my mother, because a Fitness Mom said something. She said about submission. She said the way I was raised, once I pick my man, I'm automatically going to be submissive to my husband because I
Hmm.
don't. That's where I was raised. I don't have to. It's not a show and prove or he's got to
Hmm.
earn it. No, if I pick that man, my role is to be submissive to him. Period.
Hmm.
And
Yep.
that is raised to be a wife, not oh I'm gonna learn. Being a wife is not one of those things that you should have to learn on the job.
Mm.
And same thing with a husband because we actually broke up roles. So now a lot of guys do not know how to be a husband
Hmm.
or a father. They weren't trained.
Hmm.
They're little boys, and then all of a sudden, oh, now I got to be a daddy. Now I got to be a husband. Now what do I do? I don't even have a checking account. I don't have to know how to handle money. I've never paid a bill in my life. Well, now I got to pay bills. I got to take care of things. I've never done it before. Now I got to have to do it on the fly. And the woman standing there, well, don't you know how to do this? No, I don't. Don't you know how to do this? No, I don't. So you both uh, two unprepared people trying to make a corporation work, basically.
Hmm.
And
Right off
then
the line.
if you think about it,
Mhm.
she'll probably go back and slip into her role that she was raised to be. Like, especially if she was raised to be someone who's like, I don't need a man to
Mhm.
help. I can do it on my own. So then
Mhm.
she'll automatically start flipping into that role.
Yeah,
And be like, well, fine then. I'll just go out and do it on my own.
yeah, and because that's where mother
Then
raised
she's
me.
pushing him
Yeah,
to
and
be less man.
yeah, I can tell you for a fact. From my looking for my aunts, my mother, all of a sudden, they were raised to be wise, but guess what? That's not what they wanted to do. They just didn't know anything else.
Hmm.
So they raised their daughters. You know what? I really didn't want to do this, but the thing is, it's all I knew. But I'm gonna train you to do something different. So when you come out, so you're getting the children, you're getting the people that you raised. You know.
Well, and BGS, it's more than just the social programming a little bit later on. It's kind of like when people decide to start raising their children around
Hmm.
5 or 6 years old, and then they're shocked to shit that they can't discipline them.
Hmm.
Like discipline doesn't start when they get to grade school,
No,
right? Like you're supposed
it
to be
starts.
rearing them with that.
Yeah, Yeah,
from
yeah,
what, 6 months old
yeah. From six
at the
months old. Yeah,
earliest.
yeah, yeah. Because when was the my grandson is 7, and when was the last time that I spanked him? He had to be like 2, 2.5, maybe 3. So I haven't raised a hand to him in 4 years because I
Hmm.
never had to. Because
Hmm.
and when I did it, it hurt more when he was younger because he was little, even though I wasn't doing any damage physically to him. It stung, but the thing is that he remembered it. Now all I have to do is walk in a room now. I don't have to raise a hand to him. Just give him
Right.
a look. Because like Ruby said, I didn't start when he was in grade school. I started when he was young.
When
You
he's
know.
young, and sure, it hurts you at that age for real. It does hurt you more than it hurts them. But it's just as Fitness Mom pointed out with the South Park episode. It's operant behavior conditioning. That's what
Hmm.
you're doing. And so people don't like punishment conditioning. People like to talk about the kind of conditioning where they show you the right kind of behavior, they get a reward. But by introducing pain or by removing something pleasurable, it also has a very positive effect on behavior because and behavior modification because children remember that. And so, oh, it's the same thing as fire, right? Don't touch fire because it's hot and it burns and it will hurt. It's an owie. Now, it doesn't matter for some kids, I was one of them, how many times you tell them the iron is hot
They
until
have
they touch the iron
to
and
find
they
out.
feel what hot feels like. They're gonna not understand. I was one of those kids, and I
Mm-hmm.
had been told that that iron is hot for my whole life. And
Hmm.
as soon as they left me alone with an iron,
Oh yeah.
I wasn't
It
stupid. I
had
did it the way my grandma did it, right? She tests it slowly to see, oh, is it hot? And so she bounces her hand off of it. But I couldn't tell if that was hot or not. So I held my hand longer. It was hot. Right. And then I'm screaming. My hand is bubbling. It was this terrible experience. But guess what? I didn't do again? Touch the damn iron.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. You learn. Yeah.
You got to learn and see. So it's not abusive. Now if you're beating your kids out of anger, then
Oh yeah.
yeah, that's abusive. That's not what anyone's talking about with this spanking. This is behavior modification. I told you not to do this, you didn't listen, now you have to associate doing that with something that you don't like. And hey, guess what? When they're 2 years old, having a reasoning conversation with them isn't going to work.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you have to be training behavior very early on before you can sit down and reason with them.
Hmm.
And that's where spanking, slapping their hand,
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
unpleasant will work.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to associate that close in time. Every time they do it, they'll stop wanting to do it.
Hmm.
They start learning.
Yeah, that when you raise your voice, that's it. Yeah, basically you're training. That's the whole thing. People uh, trying to correct behavior after it's gone too far. No, you train them early. We train them early.
Mhm.
The earlier if you think about it, how does a elephant trainer get a 10-ton elephant to stay put because he ties him to a tree? When the elephant can
Right.
actually pick up the whole tree and walk away with it. He
Right.
starts with the baby when a baby elephant when they can't get away from the tree and they
Hmm.
struggle and then they give up because okay, I'm tired of the tree, I got to stay here. It's
Hmm.
training. Same thing with a child.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's not being cruel.
Hmm.
It's thinking down the line to, do you want your kids' first time to learn that no really means no when they're getting locked behind bars and they're saying, Mommy, I want to go home. And you're
Hmm.
saying, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it. Is that the
Hmm.
first time you want them to learn that no means no?
Hmm.
Probably not. So, go all the way back, realize you can't start at 14 when they've already started acting up. You can't start at 9 when they're already acting up in class. You can't start at 6 because they finally got to grade school. You have to start early. You have to start as soon as their behavior starts becoming manipulative. And they have proven from studies that a baby can cry to manipulate you as early as 6 months of age. They can
Hmm.
cry just because they want you to hold them, not because they're hungry, not because they need to be changed, just because they want to manipulate, and they know that when they cry, you come running.
Yeah. Yeah. Get attention. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. That's you don't want to do it. You're actually doing it early so that when they get bigger, you don't hurt them. Now you don't need
Exactly.
to. So when they get to 10, 12, 13, 14, it just takes a word. It doesn't take you, punching them upside his head.
Like BGS, you know, when I was a kid, right? For all that I had a problem with authority, go
Oh yes.
figure, go
Uh-huh.
figure. Uh,
Uh-huh.
but
I
for all
wonder
I
where
had a
that
problem
came
with authority, and I had too much smarts for my own good, and I like to apply it in all the wrong places because I
from.
was bored, honestly.
Sound like my grandson. Yeah.
Yeah. From the time as early as you put me into like organized learning, if a man, not a woman, but if a man raised his voice at me,
Hmm.
I didn't even hear what he was saying. It was like a booming thunder at me, and I would just start bawling my eyes out. Like it
Hmm.
wasn't even, I was just scared of you yelling at me.
Hmm.
Like you could have said the exact same thing without yelling, and I would have been fine. But just a man raising his voice terrified the shit out of me. I wasn't scared he was going to beat me or hurt me.
Hmm.
I was scared of his voice being loud.
The lion's roar. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. And
Hmm.
so, I mean, it's that simple. You know, you don't have to go crazy with it. If you start early,
Hmm.
then they learn to associate your voice being raised with something negative. Now,
Hmm.
my mom, who was a pushover and wanted to be my best friend, that's why I wasn't, women could scream at me all day long. They didn't
Hmm.
phase me
Hmm.
because your voice being raised didn't mean anything. But
Hmm.
my daddy's voice being raised meant something. And I knew that. And that's why I would cry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it's also biological too with the heavy voice because they I'm sure you know this that in nature the deeper the voice the deeper the pitch that means signifies danger because that means that's a big animal.
Hmm.
So yeah, so that's part of your biology. That's like a deeper voice actually commands more authority.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, naturally, right? But I
Mhm.
was like that kid who
Mhm.
I don't care about authority, so I wasn't scared of you, right? It wasn't until you started yelling in
Yeah,
that deeper voice, right? It was like,
yeah.
you know, you think about that, like for the average kid, maybe, but I wasn't a crier. Like I wasn't
Uh-huh.
that kid who cried at everything,
Uh-huh.
or but it was that I was learned, right?
Uh-huh.
When Daddy's voice raised, I knew I was in trouble,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then I would start to cry before I even knew what kind of trouble,
yeah,
because
yeah,
like
yeah.
I know I'm gonna
Yeah,
die.
yeah, because the even though I don't tutor my youngest grandson, right? Um, his great grandmother called me because she picks him up from school and she's helping him with his homework. And basically, he's stubborn. He wants to whine and not do his homework. So they call me and say, "What are you calling me for?" Well, blah 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 won't do his homework, and I need you to talk to him. Now I'm on the phone, right? She put me on the phone. So she puts me on speaker, and I said, "What's going on?" And he starts whining to me that I don't want to do the homework, and his daddy's at work. He wants his daddy, and blah blah blah. I said, "Well, yeah, but you're supposed to be doing your homework right now, right?" But I don't want to. Blah blah blah. I said, "Okay, look. Now, do I have to?" I said, "Do I have to come over there and talk to you?" And he kept whining. I said, "Do I have to come over there and talk to you and bring the switch with me?" And he whined a little bit more. I said, "Do you want me to get in the car, come over there with my switch, and spank you?" And
Mm,
so he got quiet. And then his great grandmother came back in and said, "What'd you say to him?" I said, "Don't worry about it." And I just go ahead and help him with his homework. He went on and did it, even though I
mhm,
wasn't there
mhm. Because you didn't want you getting in that car with your switch.
with my switch. Yeah. And basically, I think I've spanked him. He's 5. I spanked him twice.
Mhm. But he didn't forget,
He
and
didn't
he's not
forget.
about to.
He didn't
Mm-mm.
forget.
Right.
Yeah. Not yet. Marcus loves is not to sweat. Yeah. You know what? Marcus love my daughter used to say that when she was like 4 or 5. I said she was like Ruby. You know, they don't like authority much. Okay, and they test the limits. Okay, they always feel where the boundary. They're habitual line steppers,
Mhm.
they say. So they always testing the limits. My daughter's like that. And she said, "Daddy, don't get the switch." But the thing is, the switch did not work on her.
Mhm.
Because she knows. She even told me as an adult, I know what I'm doing is wrong, and I'm gonna get a spanking for it. I'm willing to take the spanking. Now she was willing to
Mm.
take the spanking because she wanted to do whatever she wanted to do. Okay, all right, I did it. I'm not even gonna lie about it because I know you're gonna figure it out. Give me the spanking, get it over with. What I would do is punish her.
Mhm.
She hated that. I'm gonna give you a long lecture, hurt your feelings, and then I'm gonna punish you. She said, "Just
Mhm.
go ahead and spank me," but it didn't
Just
work.
listen. I could take 5 minutes of pain. Let's do
Yeah, yeah,
this.
yeah, 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 yeah.
You know what? It's funny that you said that because it's not that I was willing to take the spanking or the punishment or anything. It's that like I had an impulse control issue, especially when it was related to me getting angry. Because my
Mhm,
anger had to do with I was really, really oversensitive, so you
mhm,
could hurt my feelings really easily.
mhm,
And I was really kind of naive and kind of just open and out there, and I was a really smart kid.
mhm,
And in a day and age where being a smart kid was not really super rewarded,
mhm,
um, being a smart black kid in an all white school was definitely not super rewarded when you're correcting the teacher's mistakes and you're in the first grade and they didn't catch it on the board. Like these things would just, they're little things, and then they kind of smack you down. And my parents didn't smack me down like that.
mhm,
I was, my intelligence was rewarded. So it was kind of, I guess, a confusing dichotomy for me, and my feelings would get hurt, and then I would lose my shit. So I wasn't trying necessarily to always be bad. It was just like it happened already. I knew I was supposed to have control of that thing, and now I'm gonna be in so much trouble. Like I'd be terrified. I remember in the fifth grade once, I literally wrote my will. First, I ran away from school with my friend. I was supposed to be waiting there, and I
mhm,
walked to her house, and then I wrote my will because I was positive that this time my daddy was going to kill me. Like I
mhm,
was going to be dead
mhm,
underneath in a ditch because I actually cussed at a teacher. I called her like a fucking bitch or something like that because she
mhm,
was screaming in my face that I had no brain.
mhm,
Um, because there was Play-Doh under my chair. And I'm like, where the fuck would I find Play? I don't have Play-Doh. We're in the fifth grade.
mhm,
Like, I don't know where the Play-Doh came from, but it's not from me. And then she's trying to tell me I have to get down on my hands and knees in front of the whole class and pick it out of the carpet. And
mhm,
I'm like, it's not my Play-Doh. Why should I have to? So now she's sitting there and like mortifying me and embarrassing me for something I didn't do. And
mhm.
then she's screaming in my face with her finger in my face that I have no
Yeah.
brain.
Oh yeah,
And I
yeah.
was like, you have no brain, you fucking bitch. And then I left.
Mhm,
And then once I, calmed down, I'm like, oh my God, I'm dead. I'm
mhm,
dead. I'm dead. What do I do? And I just remember that, right? But it's
mhm.
like I wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to. I mean, sometimes I was, right? Like, I mean, I did lots of things where I was.
She
But I'm
pushed you.
saying,
Yeah, she pushed
yeah, exactly, right? So it was more like I would negotiate, like, and of course they didn't negotiate with terrorists. And again, back in my days, the
you.
teachers thought it was funny as fuck that you got your ass beat the night before, right? They'd be like, "Oh, why are you standing there, huh, Ruby? Have a tough night." Because I would beg the night before, please, please don't tell my dad. I'm gonna get a spanking. Please don't, please don't. So the next day they would all, I mean, the teachers would be teasing the shit out of me all morning about it, right? And I'm so mad that they didn't have my back. But back then, it was an abuse for you to spank your kids. So they
Mhm,
didn't care. They weren't trying to protect me. They knew my parents weren't abusive about it, right? So it's like, I think that's the thing too. For me, reasoning did work well. If
mhm,
you sat me down and spoke to me and explained the rules to me, explain why it is that I'm getting in trouble for this, or why it is that as a child I'm not allowed to have an opinion in this particular context, or blah, blah, blah. Because my parents allowed me to have an opinion as long as I was respectful with it. So explain to me why that doesn't apply everywhere. Why is
mhm,
that not a blanket rule? Blah, blah, blah. That worked
mhm,
well for me because I could incorporate that knowledge into my kind of rule base. But for you to just punish me without explanation didn't work.
mhm,
I was more likely to buck even harder the next time because I'm confused,
mhm. Yeah. Yeah, 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 a smart kid, yeah. Yeah, 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 I noticed that. My daughter and then now my grandson, we had
Mm-hmm.
to, we had to that's how come I was there Monday, uh, talking to his principal because, he's a smart kid, he's bored and being a boy on top of that, he's gonna act out because he's bored.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Mm-hmm.
we come to find out she's not a disciplinarian with black kids. And if you don't have a strong hand with black kids, they will tend to think that you're a pushover and
True.
act accordingly. And they do. And
Mm.
but we telling him that it's not acceptable for him. So we've had to about 2 or 3 weeks of going back and forth. We finally got it straight though. And he finally proved to them that he's an outlier in that class and he's bored because they didn't believe it until they
Oh,
saw it.
nice.
Yeah, because he
Mm-hmm.
wasn't even testing well because he was bored. He was half doing a test. So he brought his work, and he's saying what he didn't do in his test. I said, look, he's been doing this for 2 years, the same math. In fact, he's been second grade. He's borrowing and carrying three column math. I said, so the math that you're giving him, he can do it in his sleep. So the principal quizzed him, you know, on the ones that he got wrong, and he just popping off answers. He said, well, buddy, how come you're not doing better on the test? We're trying to tell you that he's bored. He's not being challenged. So the thing is,
Mhm.
we're just trying to settle a discipline problem. We're not trying to change your curriculum or anything, but it is what it is. So I understand. So yeah, it's like I would say, you remind me of my daughter. Um, can't
Mhm.
stay out of trouble, and it's not your fault.
You know, it was never my fault, and I never understood why no one understood
She didn't.
that.
She didn't either. So
No, you know what though, BGS, I will say, luckily for me, there were two factors that worked in my favor. A, just like you, I had parents who understood
mm-hmm.
that I wasn't being challenged, but I also tested very, very well.
Mm-hmm.
So under the school system understood that I was testing sometimes 2 or 3 grades above my level.
Mm-hmm.
My parents knew this too, but my parents wouldn't let me skip the grade
Okay.
because they didn't want me to grow up with kids that were bigger than me or older than me. They didn't want me to grow up too fast. I guess they figured they already had the teen pregnancy issue.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
having me grow up with boys who were 2, 3 years older than me wasn't going to be a good idea,
Mm-hmm.
which was stupid because then I just went and sought out much older people to hang out with.
Yes.
So,
You have anyway.
yeah, right. But um, either way, I think that that's what it is, right? It's like they knew I was bored. They knew I was dying of boredom. Oh, so she's failing at like everything in class. Oh, well, that's why, because she's bored and she's just not doing it. Because we know that she can do, fourth grade math in the second grade.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
she's not failing math because she's dumb. She's failing math because going 2 plus 2 is 4 is
Yeah.
way like
Yeah.
beyond that.
Yeah. Way beyond that, and that's the problem that he's having. And in fact, the homework, in private school, we had homework was like an hour and a half. Now in private school, I mean in public school, he could bring home homework for the whole week, and he does it in like 20 minutes. So he does a week's worth of homework in like 20 minutes. I said, okay, now we have to
Mm.
supplement him. But the thing is, if we push him forward, then he's way ahead of the class, and it makes a bigger discipline problem. So we'll figure it out. Regina,
Mhm.
you want to jump in? You got something to say?
Hello.
Regina.
Yay, good evening. Hello.
Hey.
Good evening, everyone. Hey, BGS. Hey, Char. Hey, ladies.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening. Yeah, so yeah, oh my Miss Ruby, feel your pain and as a parent going through that, you're truly right. You have to have the parents that recognize, that you have a gifted child,
Mm-hmm.
and that sometimes you may have to make some adjustments in how you discipline that child.
Mhm.
I share with people all the time that we all have our certain learning styles, but there's a discipline style too.
Hmm.
Because I recall hearing earlier in the panel that someone mentioned about, it's someone that male voice,
Hmm.
can make me straighten up and make me act right,
Hmm.
and I finally understood the learning styles of my children and the discipline styles of my children, and I had to learn that for my child that was intelligent, that wanted to know why I'm being disciplined, and that I had to explain to her, why this was happening, why, she wanted to, okay, what did I do wrong? She wanted to know that. And my microbiologist, chemist, biologist, she wanted to know why. And
Hmm.
so having to explain that was a different, now trust me, there was an adjustment for me as a mommy, because I grew up in the era that you didn't ask. You did not ask. And what you asking for, and if you don't get out of here, you're gonna get your butt whooped. And there was not that that opportunity
Mhm.
to dialogue in that manner. And so learning that, with her, learning her discipline style, that I had to communicate with her in that way,
Mhm.
and to see, and to be sure that she flourishes, not to be sure that she doesn't take that as, okay, I can't even excel at home, I can't excel at school, and then started dumbing down, because that's what I started seeing. And even her teachers recognized it, that she began to dumb down. Okay, well, I really don't know it. No, you know this. Yeah,
Mhm.
you really do.
Mhm.
Seeing that side of her. So I get that it's hard, to transition in that learning of your children, um, having the opportunity to learn your children. It can be a challenge, but if you stick in there, you really can. Um, hey, 27's in the building. Okay, but the you have to have that, eh, be persistent with your children, and understanding them, because right now I even had to go back, and as she became older, I
Mhm.
apologized to her. I did. I said, sweetie, I did not understand. I wasn't used to this, trying to explain everything. And I was told, go sit down somewhere, shut your mouth. You don't need to know. And
Mhm.
that was it. And so I apologized to her. And now, the even as with her being an adult, I said, okay, you've been talking with me, and we've been having dialogue for a long time now. So I need you to use your words. I need you to, you have the language, you
Mhm.
have the vocabulary. Now use it.
Mhm.
Sometimes that we go at back and forth, and especially her and her father go back and forth.
Mhm.
But it is. And I also want to share about the dialogue about that was the conversation that was had about raising young men. You
Mhm.
know, my opportunity, God has blessed me to have a part in the life of a young man.
Mhm.
And what I have chosen to do is for him to see the best woman. It's not about him trying to replace anybody. It's not about him, uh yeah, he's not replacing a man
Mhm.
in my life. He's not the the I guess the individual, somebody I gotta coddle. He's not that individual. I need to rear a black man, and then that's it. And that's what I see. That's all that I see in that pitch scenario.
Mhm.
I want him to be the best that he can be, and
Mhm.
what he sees in me is hopefully the best black woman
Mhm.
that he can see.
Mhm.
That's what I took from that. I wanted to share that
Yeah.
on that
I
note as
I
well.
I actually talked about this, I think, when a certain young lady had gotten pregnant, and I had hoped that she would have a boy. Um, and I
Yes.
actually quoted, but actually a quote from Gandhi, the movie Gandhi, when there was the Hindus and the Muslims were actually separating into India and Pakistan, right? And there was a lot of violence going on. And Gandhi was on, like, I think it was it was on a fast. I think he was like maybe 60 days into a fast because he wanted the violence to quit, while calm down. So he went on a fast to actually calm down the violence. And in his compound, a Hindu man actually broke into his compound. They thought he was going to attack him, and they stopped him. So Gandhi said, "Let him go." So he walked up to Gandhi and threw a piece of bread at him. And Alexa, stop. So Gandhi said, "Let him go." He threw a piece of bread at Gandhi, and he told him to eat. And Gandhi said, "That's why." He said, "I said I'm going to hell, and I don't want your soul on my conscience." And he said, "Okay, what did you do?" And he said he was a Hindu. So I found a little Muslim boy about 6 years old, and I smashed his head in with a stone. And he says, "I know I'm going to hell, but I'm not going to hell with your death on my conscience."
Mm.
So what Gandhi says, I know a way out of this for both of us. He said, how? He said, find a find a Muslim boy about this high, about 6 years old, whose parents have been killed. And said, you take him in as your own and you raise him, but raise him as a Muslim and not
Mm.
as a Hindu. Now, why do you think he said that?
Maybe more structure.
No, in other words,
Mhm.
if you're a Hindu,
Mhm.
how do you raise a Muslim boy? You have to do what? You have to learn how to be what?
You have to be different.
You have to learn how to be. You have to learn how to be a
Yeah.
Muslim, right?
Yep. You
So if
you
you learn how to
adapt
be a
to
Muslim,
it.
you learn to appreciate a
Yes.
Muslim. So the thing
Yeah.
is, if you're a woman and you're raising a boy
Mhm.
and you want to raise that boy as a man, you have to do what? Learn what it takes to raise a man, not a child. What is a
And
man? What does it take for a man? So that means you have to actively go out and learn how to raise a man.
mm. And I know that God stepped in at that point in my life,
Hmm.
because when it was time for me to learn to be a man, I consider myself the biggest tomboy that there
Hmm.
is,
Hmm.
growing up, but
Hmm.
I'm not a man,
Not a man.
I'm not. Yeah, I'll get out there and I'll do some football in the street. I got the battle wounds to show all that, but it's certain things that I could not teach.
Exactly.
And when God stepped in, and I will truly say this, that when it was time for me to relocate, and my son said, I don't want to move out of this district. And his dad, the school district, he did not want to move because of the winning season that the football team was having. He didn't want to move, and his dad moved in. I said, okay. I said, here, he can live with you. He said, okay. And that's when he stepped in. And out of all the years, but that was the perfect time.
Hmm.
He needed to see, he needed to be there. And I knew that regardless of my reservations about that man,
Hmm.
regardless, I knew that's when my son needed to be there. I
Hmm.
knew it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I knew Regina didn't have the capacity to step in. Now I could learn some things, but that a certain scratch and fart and that sit and it's certain things that y'all do that I can't see,
Yeah.
that I was not
Yeah.
able to
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
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 Well, you have a lot of women that are willing to do either learn how to raise a boy or raise a man, or give the boy to her father. The father.
Give it to them. Yes.
Yeah.
And I had to, I the learning part,
Hmm.
yeah, probably could have done it, but that then I'd been classified as butch by then, and so but I but I knew that that was the timing.
Hmm.
And blessed, because never talked ill will about his dad to him,
Hmm.
never. So he went on, happily,
Hmm.
okay, I'm going to stay with dad because dad is staying in the district, and it wasn't like, oh, I got to go stay with this man and he ain't never done nothing for. Never. He knew none of that.
Hmm.
He just knew he was going to be able to stay in that district so he can play football in
Hmm.
that district. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
all you had to know. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the main thing for him. But for me, I was like, oh God. But he needed to see his father in action. And that's what I had asked it, even in the very beginning. I would tell his dad, on any given Sunday, it would be 9 women at my house
Hmm.
on any given Sunday. And I'm ranging in age from 7 to my age to whatever, 40 something. And I'm like, could you just come get him? You
Hmm.
know, there are some little boys around here, but there aren't any men.
Hmm.
Can you please come get? Well, I got meetings at the church. Well, could let him see his dad
Hmm.
interacting. He needs to see that.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
he
That's it.
needs to see. You
I'm
never
harsh.
know.
I'm harsh. It says there's no excuse. I don't care what your meetings you have. Your son comes first.
This one,
Yeah.
yeah,
Your
yeah,
son comes first.
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness, Marcus. He talking about 9 women. Well, I was saying they ranged in age. It was maybe 3 adult women, and so maybe 2 little girls from each woman, and maybe 1 little girl from another woman. It wasn't all 9 women.
Well, it's the same thing. Same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
still women.
But and then we had maybe a 3-year-old little boy and maybe a 9-year-old little boy.
Hmm.
But we never really had any men just hanging around. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, and that's where you have to think. That's where you
Yeah.
have to think. We don't always do that, and it's not saying to fit this mom. She said the 50-50 problem is when after they get in a relationship and after they get a little older. And said no, the 50-50 problem starts when they're young because
It does.
it doesn't
That's so
because you
true.
never prepared them
Yes.
for being
Yeah.
a husband. Yeah.
Yeah, people would laugh at me because I would talk at the kids.
Hmm.
I would speak to them as if you know better, and they're 1 years old. I'm like, you know better than to do that.
Hmm.
That's not the choice you need to make. Such as and it does. It starts early on.
Yeah.
They need to hear that that's not appropriate. That's
Hmm.
not the language you need to have. That's not what you need to say. That's not. Yes, it starts. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah. And basically, my thing is about spanking is that whether it's a word or look or spank, as long if what is the minimum effective dose? If a look will get a kid to be comply, it's just a
Yeah.
look. It's a word, a stern word, or whatever it is. As long as it
Yes.
gets them to comply, I'm fine with it. If I had to take out the switch or a belt or whatever it is, that means you've gone way overboard and nothing else works.
That's right. That's
It's,
right.
it's not the first thing I pull. You know.
I agree. And something that Ruby brought to that she mentioned as well, and I think you as well, BGS, is about
Hmm.
when they're in the classroom.
Hmm.
The middle one that I'm speaking of, very intelligent. The teacher called me and I just don't know what to do. This was her first year of teaching, and I'll never forget Miss A. I cannot remember the full pronunciation of her last name. We just called her Miss A, and she said, I don't want to be mean to her. I said, I'm not telling you to be mean to her.
Hmm.
I'm asking you to be firm with her.
Hmm.
I didn't ask you to be mean to my baby. I'm not telling you that.
Hmm.
You have to be firm. And I think that's what was stated right when I was joining the call,
Hmm.
especially with our African American children. You just said, no,
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna take that from you. I'm not gonna let you run over me. And if she gets the opportunity, if you tell her that she can't do something,
Hmm.
and then she does it anyway,
Hmm.
and you still allow her to do it. And I think that's with anybody, but that's with grown folks too, though. It's
Yeah.
with
Oh
grown
yeah.
folks.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, you go, I'm gonna take it. If you give it to me, I'm gonna take it. You
Yeah.
know. And but she was at that age where she was just running all over poor Miss A. I mean, she's walking through the house right now.
Mm.
Like she put her head down because she knows she was running all over Miss A, and she was like, I don't want to be mean to her. I'm not telling you to be mean to my child.
Hmm.
Never. I want you to be firm with her.
Hmm.
That's all.
Mhm.
Mm, yeah, well, we're telling you how this child is disciplined, and
Discipline.
if you don't want the child disciplined, then you can do whatever. It's your class. You can do whatever you want.
Yes.
Mhm.
Right.
I'm gonna let you
Right.
settle it.
Yes. I'm trying to
Mhm.
help you
I'm
out.
gonna help you out.
I'm trying to help you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of reminds me of there's this show, you've probably never heard of it because it's a Toronto show called Kim's Convenience. And one of the episodes, there's this teacher, and she brings her kid into the store, and he's running all over the place. He's like destroying displays and stuff like that. And Mr. Kim, the store owner, is like, no, and she's like, we don't use the N word with our child, right? And he's like, I didn't see the N word. I didn't see the N word. And she's like, no, we don't say no. That's very negative. We try to be positive with our child. Tell him
Oh.
what he can do and not what he can't do, right? And then it's like it's you look at it like this is some batshit crazy stuff. Like it's abusive for you to say now no. It's horrible to your child to give them
Yep.
limitations and to modify their behavior.
Yeah.
But that's the new school thinking.
Yep. So true. I
Wow.
yeah, and believe it or not, I experienced that, and it's been a few years ago. There was a funeral service, and the a good friend of mine, his funeral service, and his son and there his wife, the grandchild was, and when I say climbing up, almost climbing up on the casket, and then he climbed down, and then he was climbing up some flowers and everything. And I was like, if y'all don't get him, uh, we don't say no to DJ. What?
Mm.
What? What?
Oh,
We don't say,
How do
um,
you mean you don't say
we
no?
don't say no. He's about to turn the casket over. No, no.
That's a no.
And that will be a no from Miss Regina. That's going to be a no. But and then later learned that they were that of that era that you just don't say no to the kids. Yeah.
wow.
Char. I have a
Yes.
sub of mine from the men's hangout, and Fitness Mom was on Saturday's hangout, and he said
Hmm.
he wants to come on for like 15 minutes because he wants to ask her some questions.
Okay. Well, he's our man of the week. We got an hour left.
There
So
you go.
he said about 15 minutes. He said he's asking for permission.
Okay, you can send him the link then.
Okay, all righty. Char, if Char says it's okay, it's okay.
Well, and the thing is, like they're saying all of this foolishness, like somehow it's going to create more functional people in society. Like somehow the world doesn't give you constant no's, and I guess in the world they're trying to create, it doesn't, right? Because you don't lose a competition. No one wins, no one loses. Everyone gets a prize. I don't know why there's a competition. Then, in that case, if everyone wins, but apparently that's how we're competing these days, right? You train to enter the competition. You don't train to win. You don't train to be the best. You train so you can get a participation trophy like everyone else. Like it baffles the mind. So what you're trying to teach people, because I can guarantee you that the greater world and greater society is never going to reward everybody. Everyone gets $1 million careers. Everybody, $1 million career for you, $1 million
You
career for
get
you.
you get
That's
a
not gonna
career. You
happen,
get a
right?
career. You get a
You
career.
get a career.
You
Like,
get, y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. You know that, right?
Thank you.
You get it. I sound like Oprah.
Oh, and
Right.
it was posted on there. And Marcus has asked it must have been our other cousins. No, it was us. It was our family. And believe it or not, they are still conducting their household in such a manner. And from what I understand, it's in disarray. So no, it was
It is what
not.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. It's what it is.
yeah.
Okay.
How y'all ladies doing?
We're doing good. You wanted to get on and
Greetings.
talk
good
about
evening.
what Miss Fitness Mom's her segment from last week.
Yeah, well,
You got
yeah.
to
I
speak up a
just
little bit.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right. Yeah, I was on there last week, the last like hour or so with the with Fitness Mom. First off, we need to clone Fitness Mom. Just to let you know because she's rare. But I also want to say like
You're gonna get a divorce because her husband's gonna find a younger version of her. But go ahead.
nah, but I want to say like a lot of the values that like you were talking about because I'm 24, but I was raised by my grandparents and everything. And I remember you brought it back up that how they they talk about like if I didn't get married or if there was better options. I was
Mhm.
saying that like I don't think my grandmother really regretted it. I'm trying to remember what I said because I was at work, but I just want it was like that she taught like she did teach her daughters to do something for yourself first. Like one got married real young, another one's never got married twice and divorced twice. Like all my aunts and uncles, there's six of them. They all got like divorced at least twice or once in their life. So sorry, I lost my train of thought, but I was listening to what she said. I think that like now, especially as somebody that was raised in that era, let's say like the 1930s and 40s, because they were born in the late 20s or early 30s. I was raised that way, and like me, I know what it is to like look for a wife and everything, and I know what it is to be with a husband because I was with my grandparents ever since like. since I was a baby, like doing yard work and everything with my grandfather, and just doing taking care of the family and stuff like that. So I was like, oh man, I'm sorry. I was trying to get back in the conversation, but we were talking. I remember you were also talking about like how relationships are. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What was the topic again? Because I
No,
just
no. Whatever you bring, we're bringing it on because you wanted to bring up a topic.
yeah.
So
It it was I just got on break, so I was basically saying like marriage now it's really hard to find somebody that's wife material or wife ready in
hmm
this day and age,
yeah. I mean,
especially.
they might be wife material, but they're not wife ready. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I don't. It's barely even that because. Oh yeah, no, I really wanted to go in the boy, actually the education thing. I
Okay.
wanted to talk about this because that's what's spilled in. Talk about the education of the boy and the parents. Like with me, I remember I got an IEP when I was actually I think it was first grade. I
Mm.
remember they gave me the test for kindergarten,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing is, like my mom was she was raised in the city and not the best situation. My dad was a different situation, and he was down in Florida.
Mm.
She put me on an IEP when I was in first grade, but they put me in the other classes when I was like in kindergarten.
Okay.
So like, but the funny thing is, I was like my IQ was 118, and a lot of the teachers
Mm-hmm.
they came up and they were trying to get me out of it because they realized that they were talking to me like well you
He
shouldn't
doesn't.
really be in
He,
here.
he doesn't belong here. Yeah.
Yeah. So I remember I would get out of it every year,
Mm-hmm.
and they would put me back in there, put me back in there. I was wondering why until I figured out my mom got money like this. This goes back to
Oh, that's sad.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, shoot, it's messing me up now today, shoot, right
Yeah.
now.
It is what it is, man. You know, that's the luck of the draw. But you get your grandparents, so you're lucky.
Yeah. But and that's what I was about to go to that.
Mm-hmm.
Like she never told my grandparents about that
Mm-hmm.
when that happened. So
Mm-hmm.
like my family supported me, but it's like it was like just looking at that what parents what like females will do without a father in the play in the home. Like my
Mm-hmm.
dad, even for college, he was working like a six-figure job at the time.
Mm-hmm.
He actually sent money to my mom and told her to save for college. Of course
Mm-hmm.
she didn't, but it was really interesting when you were going with relationships and how people interact and
Mm-hmm.
how kids learn.
Mm-hmm.
So it was more that like I'm dyslexic. My mom never don't know this till this day, but everybody on my father's side is dyslexic. In the
Mm-hmm.
way that my grandfather and my grandmother did that, they never put on remedial classes, even though like the schools offered them to. They never did that. They
Mm-hmm.
worked together and try to figure out ways for them to be successful. Like I don't think my dad is my uncle that I went to China with that you spoke to,
Mm-hmm.
my aunt, and I think some of my other and one of my other uncles are dyslexic. Actually,
Mm-hmm.
like three of us are dyslexic and have left-handed, so I know that's my family.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a thing of finding ways without going through the system as a group, as a couple. Like my grandmother and grandfather highly rebuked that of putting them in classes that were hurting them.
Mm-hmm.
So like and like two of my uncles that have it, they're both coders and one's a fashion designer.
Mm-hmm.
So so it basically I'm saying like nowadays, like what we have and trying to have family and trying to work as a unit, it's mostly I don't think that's it doesn't happen that way because I see it in just talking to other kids or
Mm-hmm.
other people my age.
Mm-hmm.
They like, and I talk to them, they feel that I have an older presence. They
Well,
say,
well, you would because you're raised by older people. So
yeah,
yeah, yeah. So naturally, it's gonna rub off.
but
Yeah.
it's just like finding somebody that shares the same values. I found that was always hard, and that's why I think most people. That's why people like usually find different cultures. But it was I'm sorry because Ruby had a good point with the education, and there was so many points I wanted to jump around to, and I
Okay.
was on my break.
Okay. Okay. So well, you said 15 minutes. So but go ahead. Jump
Yeah,
in where you can remember because you time is limited. Go ahead.
yeah. So basically, with this whole thing with boys and education and them learning,
Mm-hmm.
um, it's more that I remember you say it's more that there's actually a lot of teachers that will help your student out, help these students out. It's actually a lot of white teachers. Most of the teachers I had problems with were black female
Really?
teachers at the time. Yes, I had one teacher. Like here,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a good kid. I was a good kid when I was young. I did bad stuff, but I got the benefit of the doubt. But I had one teacher hook me
Mm-hmm.
up with this tutoring every Sunday for Duquesne University in my neighborhood. I had another teacher
Mm-hmm.
like helped me found so many skills with me. Most of my teachers that helped me out were actually white teachers, white female teachers,
Mm-hmm.
because I guess it's like Dr. T has on Johnson. I came off non-aggressive, and I
Mm-hmm.
had a
Oh,
good
okay.
yeah, good feel with it, and it was to a point that like excuse me that they were trying to get me out of these classrooms
Mm-hmm.
and everything. So it's really important, I think, in my opinion, to find your sons, like make sure like whatever they're dealing with, sit down with them and work with them every day. That's one thing like you did with your grandson. My
Mm-hmm.
grandparents never got the chance to do that
Mm-hmm.
because my mom kind of hit me away from them.
Okay.
So 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 I recommend like actually being your son's life, and don't yell at them if they're struggling or anything,
Mm-hmm.
because that will make things worse. Like either doing that with my nephew. He's smart. He don't have to take he don't lack dyslexia or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So he's good. But I just see that the way that my sister um is um is
Mm-hmm.
teaching him is not doing a good enough job. There's not really no
Because she doesn't
behavior.
have enough, because she wants to do something else, and I have to slow my daughter down about that
Yeah,
because
yeah,
yeah, they because as a I understand as a parent, um, and you're working and you're tired and the kid is not getting it and you need that kid to finish his homework so you can go on and do something else that's either sleep or chores or whatever it is. You just want to get to the next thing, and again, and parents get frustrated, and women, if they're under stress, they tend to yell. So that happens. My daughter does that. So I have to kind of chill her out and calm her down. Hey, 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 he'll get it. You got plenty of time to get it. If he doesn't get it, just give him extra work. Just keep doing it until he gets it. But my daughter, she doesn't want to sit there. I can't blame her. Sitting there doing homework for an hour, 2 hours is like you want to take toothpicks and poke your eyeballs out. But it is what it is. But that's what it takes.
hmm
And I understand when they start screaming and hollering, it's not that they're mad at the kid. They're frustrated because they want to get to the next thing.
yeah,
And that's what the young parents actually do. They haven't learned patience.
yeah.
But that's why God gives you children so that you can learn patience. Ladies, you guys can jump in. You don't have to let them hog the mic. So if y'all want to jump in, fitness mom, you want to jump in if you're still there. She might not be on the mic.
Yeah,
I'm
I
here.
kind of go ahead.
Huh? You here?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. Because he jumped on specifically for you. He was actually giving you kudos, like you should be cloned. I'm sure you heard that. I'm sure your hubby's smiling like, yeah, I need a younger model, like 20 years younger.
Well, he's overseas, so
Okay. Oh, he's back overseas, back in
yeah.
Dubai. Okay.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay. So are you going to an oldies concert this weekend or something?
No, I'm in the house. I'm definitely in the house.
Okay. Yeah, because well, yeah. I mean, you've told us the story many times, and what you said last week. And in fact, you said it to the point where I had never seen men listening to women that are actually so quiet. I mean, the whole time you're talking about how you and your husband courted each other. I think you said you talked for like maybe 25 minutes. Nobody said anything. And one guy, he was actually holding his head like, I can't believe this.
Oh yeah.
He was holding his head like, she's not real. He's going like, she's not real.
I mean, for her to even become who she is, it's
Hmm.
like she had to be born in a cold and not be in contact with nobody but in the memory. Because you're not going to get that today.
Hmm. Well,
So
you really didn't get it in the past, really. So not to that extent. But briefly, tell them how you said there was a reason. You told us a story about you cooking for him every 6 months, but in the men's panel, we actually revealed why you did it. Why you cooked and cleaned for him, and then he still went out and you allowed him to go out on dates. There was a reason that you did it. and you explained it
Yeah.
last week, but you didn't explain here. So explain it here. Why did you allow him to come over for 6 months, cook for him, wash his clothes, sit and watch TV with him, then allow him to go out? What was the reason? Because you explained it last week.
Well, when I was saying that, he wasn't my man. I know, I understand what you were saying, that
Yeah.
I was treating him like he was my man. So
Hmm.
therefore, he was my man
Hmm.
for all sakes and purposes. But to me, I was auditioning for the role of wife.
Okay.
Because I even said that to him when we first met. I was
Hmm.
like, I believe when you're dating someone, you don't date to have fun. Like a lot of people, like when I typed in the chat before, like I don't have sex to have fun.
Hmm.
You people date to have fun these days, and I'm like, you're not dating, go out and see other women because he needed sex. I
Yeah.
was gonna give him sex, so he go out and get sex for them people.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm saying he's not gonna stay with those people that's giving him sex,
Uh,
especially
and,
that.
and,
So
in fact, Rodney's in the chat because he said, "Oh Lord,
Uh,
she's back." So he's impressed. I've never seen Rodney impressed,
yeah,
but
there's
go ahead and finish fitness, mom.
I mean, if a man has options and you're young and he has options,
Hmm.
the best thing to do is be yourself, but you audition for the role of wife because
Hmm.
you want him to see what he's going to get without getting everything that he's going to get.
Because you said specifically said what? No what?
No sex.
No
Because the
sex.
fact that if you give him sex, then there's no need to make you his wife at that point.
Hmm.
If you're cooking for him, you're
Hmm.
cleaning for him,
Hmm.
and you having sex with him,
Hmm.
why not just live life like that?
Yeah. Okay. That's true.
but it's like you always said, a lot of women don't have non-sexual energy at all. So I think it's a lot harder for other women to do that because like it's all about receiving the back. Like even like just like you gotta make sure these women ain't like low key hoeing on the low. Excuse my language. I know on the female
Yeah.
panel, but it's like just
Say what's go. Say go. Speak up, Regina. Don't just laugh in the background. Speak up.
Well,
Go ahead. Speak up, Regina. You got know you got something to say. Don't hold it.
yeah. I want to learn. Let's. I want to hear. Let's see.
I guess she couldn't hold it back. She's just giggling. Um, you know what? There's something that I said. Maybe fitness mom
No, wait,
and
hold on. Let me clarify something.
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Clarify
That works when you're in your 20s, guys. I'm giving advice for people who are between the ages of 18 and 26
it. Uh
because
huh.
you want to be at your prime when you're not having sex and you're trying to get the highest mate or if you want to go for the highest bidder, you want to be at your prime and you want to not have sex.
No, okay, okay. So now, fitness mom. Now, we were just talking about this with I think Ruby and somebody else. Um, what, in your opinion, what is prime for a woman?
Well, the prime for a woman is between the ages of 18 and 24. And the
Okay.
reason why
Hmm.
is because of the fact that that's when you can command the most attention from a wide variety of men. See, as you get older, you can still command attention from men,
Hmm.
but the widest variety, the
Hmm.
biggest nets that you can cast is between the ages of 18 to 24 because
Hmm.
in that age range it's like you
Hmm.
can get men your age, you could get men 20s, you could get men 30s, you could get men 40s, you could get men of any age and they're all going to devote attention and lavish onto you.
Hmm.
Into your 30s you can still get men that are older, but
Hmm.
like you now have lost the 20-year-olds, and when
Hmm.
I say lost the 20-year-olds, like you can no longer rely on finding a 20-year-old that's going to build and then bring you with him into his empire when you're in your 30s. Because when you're in your 30s, the 20-year-olds that are actually going to build empires in their 30s
Hmm.
and 40s, they're not going to be with you 9 times out of 10. And they're going to be way too immature mentally to
Hmm.
even be able to provide something for you in your 30s.
Hmm.
So you lost on those builders, as they
Yeah,
say.
and also when are men's testosterone highest? Between the
When
ages
they're young.
between the ages of 15 and 25.
And
Yeah.
that's
So,
also when you can get a man to actually
mhm,
marry you the quickest.
this
Because
is
when
where you quickest. Yeah.
testosterone is high, he wants sex. And if
Mm,
you're holding sex back, then he'll be like, "Ooh,
yeah.
I need to do what I need to do to get sex." Especially if you getting if you want someone like 24 to 25 or 26,
Hmm.
you
Would you?
withhold sex. If you're 18 and you
Mm,
want a 25-year-old man, you do everything you're supposed to do as a wife and you withhold sex
mm,
because he will do what he needs to do to get sex from you, especially
mm,
if he really desires sex from you. And
mm,
if he needs to marry you, then you'll have a ring in a year and a half to 2 years tops.
mm. And you know what, fitness mom, and this is something that I said years ago in the '90s when this big shift of where women were actually using sex, leading with sex, right? And I was saying is that sex was actually for most women a lazy way out because he wants sex, you can get him to do things with sex, so I don't have to do the cooking, the cleaning, and all the other stuff, the wifely stuff, or the courting stuff that fitness mom did.
Hey, BGS, I want to hit on out.
Okay,
All right, I'll
appreciate
probably
you.
jump back on later. Sorry, I was kind of jumping around.
No, 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 just hit me up tomorrow, man. So
All right,
thanks for coming on.
bye.
Yeah, but I was saying that well, a lot of women actually use sex as a shortcut, and
And I'm like, you don't do that because that's the big chip. I mean,
that is the big joker in the deck. That's
if you give away the sex,
mm,
then your wife, the title of wife is like, at
exactly.
that point you're relying on him to be like, yeah, okay, fine, I'll marry you now.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
Well, you
exactly.
know what? I
not a bad
find
Go ahead,
I find
Ruby.
that the mentality is slightly reversed. So whereas in before, what it used to be, or if you have an old school mentality, it's you're basically auditioning to show how what a good wife you could be with the cooking and the cleaning and
Hmm.
the mothering and the
Hmm.
all of that, your personality, all of that. You're trying to
Hmm.
show him all of your non-sexual attributes,
Hmm.
and what a great team y'all will make, what a great pair, what a great catch
Uh-huh.
she is. How much she can submit to you, and all those things.
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
and yes, you're going to sexually titillate. You know what I mean? It's not like you're going to sit there and be a prude. Oh, you can barely hold my hand, and by month
Yeah,
3. But
yeah.
that's not your selling point, right? The sex is the thing that's earned. But now it's like the sex is the first date. And then they got to earn, details about your life. They definitely got to earn if you're going to cook them a meal.
Hmm.
They got to earn if you're going to care about them, if you're going to ever pay for anything for them, if you're ever going
Hmm.
to drive them anywhere. Like all of the non-sexual attributes, those
Hmm.
are things that you get to earn with marriage. And
Hmm.
it's like it's a backwards mentality because that's not the way it works. Like it's like they don't understand the balance of things. If you've given it up on the first date and they
Hmm.
know that you're an attractive woman, they
Hmm.
know that means that half the town has slept with this potential wife of theirs
Hmm.
because she's gone on a lot of dates. Well, do you want the woman who has cooked, maybe 30 men a meal, or do you want, on the first date or the second date, or do you want a woman who has, slept with maybe 30 guys on the first date? Like they're not really trying to see things from the man's perspective. I think as far as what men are valuing and the way that, the man's mind work as far as what they're willing to do to, am I going to marry this woman and what do I want, like what would I be willing to try to get from marriage from her?
Hmm.
Am I gonna, well, finally she'll cook me a meal, like if only I marry her, that's it, she'll finally cook me a meal. Or, oh, I'll finally be able to sleep with her. Which one do
Hmm.
you think is more appealing to a man overall? I don't think they really look at it from that perspective.
I think it's just now. Well, since having two daughters, I know it's just being lazy, um, because being a wife and cooking and being your non-sexual attention actually is more effort. It's a lot more effort.
But women don't like cooking because I mean, okay, I sorry, but I love cooking. I don't like the cleanup of
Uh,
cooking, but I
Yeah,
like the actual cooking itself, like the
yeah,
creating this thing.
yeah, yeah. What I'm talking about, we're not talking about Ruby in particular. We're talking about the vast majority of women. Okay. And I'm talking about Ruby in particular. If the young, the, you know, the women coming up, they weren't trained to do this. It's not like, you know, Fitness Mom was trained to do this from the time she was a little girl. So cooking, cleaning, all that comes was just natural, came natural to her. Basically, the young women says, well, sex is the easy part, and cooking, cleaning, and cleaning up all that kind of stuff. That's the hard stuff. That's wife stuff. But
I
but
guess
that's
also like,
mm,
and I've spoken about this a bit,
mm,
like as far as the cultural difference, just like even like as far as gender roles, as far as growing
mm,
up, like
mm,
children are a group, and whatever child is at hand when a task needs to be done, that kid is doing it.
mm,
And kids are expected to do a lot, and you
mm,
don't have feelings, and you don't have personal time. You definitely don't have
mm,
personal items. Like
uh-huh,
life works differently. If you want those things, then it's you're going to do the hard work to save up to get your own place, to be your own man or to be your own woman or whatever. So I think maybe in a way it's not like Jamaican women are necessarily trying to train women to be wives as much as it's just all these things that come with the wifely duties, or
mm,
are just natural things everyone has to learn. You have to be able to cook and clean and whatever, and that house better be spotless, and that table better have no dust on it, and you better know how to cook a full meal for 10 people by the time you're 10. Like these are just things that you have to do, and it's not because they're trying to help you get a good man in the future. It's because it's what you need to do. It's what everyone needs to do. Everyone needs to be this clean. Everyone needs to know how to clean themselves properly and groom themselves properly and
mm,
whatever. So I don't know, maybe it's like there's so much focus on trying to get a man and trying to get the bag and trying to get something, instead of from the inherent value and knowing how to do these things and how to be a fully
mm.
functioning human being.
Well, the thing is that what we haven't done, and maybe this is just a shift in culture, is we're not taking responsibility for the culture that we raise. In other words, if we raise kids in a particular manner, and we have to enforce um, the function of the family, because this, in other words, however we raise them, we got to enforce that, and we don't. We expect the kids to act differently than what we raised them to be.
Hmm.
So now you want a man that's going to be manly, stay outside, and demand that the wife cook and clean and stuff like that, and go out and work, and she stays home and stuff like that. You didn't raise them like that. You raise them like that. Now in other words, you complain about 50-50, but guess how you raised them? You raise your boys and your girls to what? Want 50-50, or whoever is whoever's making the most money, and blah blah blah. So now you actually raise that kind of culture, and now it's dysfunctional, and you're not enforcing the culture to be normal, because that's not
Okay.
what you want.
So can I clarify, what is the 50-50 thing we're talking
In other
about?
Okay, this is the 50-50 thing that's been going around, is that is not what they call quote unquote patriarchal. In other words, the man should take on a role where he's paying the lion's share of the household bills. So in other words, he should be in a position. Either he's in a position to take care of a family like by himself, and the wife shouldn't have to work or whatever it is, and he should pay all the bills. He should take care of the whole household, or he shouldn't look for a woman or get married. And unfortunately, in the black community, it doesn't work that way. It never really has. And that's the issue that we're talking about. And I said, if you want that kind of if you want a non 50-50, you want a strictly patriarchal setup where the man does work and he does pay the lion's share of the bills. He does take on the lion's share of supporting the family. Then you have to raise that boy into that man that will do that. You can't just raise him in a 50-50, or raise him in a subordinate role and expect him at 18, 19, 20 to shift gears and become that lion that you want to be, to
Hmm.
actually out there taking care of a woman, taking care of a family. Because first thing he'll say, "Wait, I wasn't raised that way. Women can take care of herself." Because guess what you raised him? That woman can take care of herself. So now you expect him to have a different mindset. Um, Now that he's 21, doesn't work that way. You can't change the BIOS of a computer. You can change into where he will function a little differently, but guess what? All that culture is baked into the cake.
Right. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So,
If fitness mom can come on and say if I'm actually explaining it correctly, because that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's the city and a whole bunch of people saying is that no 50-50. In other words, if a man makes you pay 50-50, you shouldn't be with him. I said they're gonna be whole like 80% of black women are gonna be lonely if that's the case.
see, I guess my thing is, right, and I mean, I did a video on this like a long time ago on
Mm-hmm.
this book called The 100-0 Principle, which is
Mm-hmm.
had to do basically you give 100%, you expect nothing in return.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with that being said, everyone's like, that's crazy, in and of itself when you think about it. Well, so you should be giving everything and everyone else should be giving nothing. Like, no, that's not
Mm-hmm.
what it is. It's about setting the standard that everyone's supposed to be giving 100%.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not, well, I'm going to pay 50% of the bills and you pay 50% of the bills.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't, if I had more income at the time, I don't
Mm-hmm.
expect him to pay 80% of the bills when I'm the
Mm-hmm.
one who has more income.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that I'm going to be giving my 100%, which right now in my supporting role includes the fact that I happen to bring in more money.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, a man's value is not only in how much money he can bring to the table, at least to me. There's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of other value and a lot of other things that a man brings to the table. And is he giving 100% to all of that? Like, for
Mm-hmm.
example, why is it that I make way more money? Is it
Mm-hmm.
because he's in school right now and he's
Mm-hmm.
building to be something and to
Mm-hmm.
get somewhere? I like I'm pretty sure that even on the Huxtables, I remember there was something where Claire was talking about her working while
Mm-hmm.
Cliff was in school,
Mm-hmm.
right? This is what happens. Well, he's gonna be doctor money, but right
Mm-hmm.
now, the medical school takes a long time. So what, you want to wait until they're fully formed doctors who have paid off all of their loads and now they're making $500,000 a year before you get with them?
Mm-hmm.
By the time they get there, trust me, they got someone and it's not you,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you have to decide, right? You have to be able to look at a lot more than just what their current income is, because there's a
Mm-hmm.
potential, but there's also what else are they bringing to the table? Are they, as far as, the protecting and providing, there's a lot of men that could provide.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that maybe it has to do with that whole perception being broken and the fact that you're focusing on one thing and putting way too much weight on it and thinking that, well, okay, well, 50% of the money should come from me, 50 from you, 50% of the task should come from me, 50 from you, 50%
Mm-hmm.
of this. Like, why? Why are you trying to, break everything down the line like that anyway? Why aren't you looking
Mm-hmm.
at it more as far as like everyone puts in everything that they can, as a providing role, as a supporting role, and whatever, because the point is about the success of your household and the success of your empire and your legacy, not about
Mm-hmm.
who contributed how much this week.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Well, I'm saying this is the online. I think this is the new masculinity that's happening online, where this is going around. That's how come she brought it up about 50-50. And I said that she's saying that the issue is that um, that becomes an issue when they get older. I said no, it becomes an issue by the ways that you raise them. If you want them to have defined roles, you got to raise them to have defined roles. You just can't say whoever is oldest, whoever is capable at the time does whatever job. No, it doesn't work that way, because you go to a Latin family. It don't work that way. No, the women do. They start at 3 or 4 serving their older brother, and the older brother's out there, hacking at the yard, mowing grass, maybe even laying concrete with the men. But it is what it is. They're actually training them for their role when they're small. And if we don't do that, so if we don't do that, we can't expect a different outcome when they get older. And that's the problem I'm having. That's what I was bringing up to Fitness Mom. I said, if you don't train them for these roles, you can't expect them when they get 21 to all of a sudden switch gears and do something they haven't been trained for. It.
Mhm.
All societies, it doesn't work that way. You,
Oh,
you,
no, I absolutely agree with that. But at the
mm,
same time, I guess I look
mm,
at things too from the flip side. I was
mm,
having this big debate
mm,
because, as everyone knows, I put a lot of renovation work into my house. Like
mm,
myself, I did it
mm,
um, because I'm the handy one, right?
Mhm.
I do these things. I have done these things.
Mhm.
My husband's more the pay someone else to do it kind
Mhm.
of person. Now, for me, that I didn't see that as, oh well, I'm the man,
Mhm.
or I'm doing the man's work and
Uh-huh.
he's doing the woman's work. I didn't see it like that. Like
Mhm.
that seems asinine to me that I'm now the man because I do some renovation. Like that's just, he worked all damn day. He's working all damn day and bringing home the money so that we have the money to purchase the
Mhm.
flooring that I can put in while I'm not working.
Mhm.
To me, that seems like a really rational thing, and that we're both working really hard to build the future of our dreams, kind of thing, right?
You know what? In for 100, 200 years, that is the black family. It is what it is. Now we want to puff. Some guys want to puff out their chest and take on white traditional values. And for some families, not all, not most, some families there was this traditional uh, patriarchal pattern, but for the vast majority, it wasn't. Vast
Mm-hmm,
majority of vast majority of black families going all the way back that I can remember is egalitarian. Just like you said in Jamaica, whatever kid is there to actually do the job does the job. So if you're a
mm-hmm,
boy and you have to cook a 10-course meal, mama trained all the kids to cook a 10-course meal, no matter what.
mm-hmm,
It's egalitarian. So whoever can do that job in the family, that's the role that they take, and that's what the feminists have found out. That's like feminists love and hate black men at the same time because black men in America are the most egalitarian men on the planet, even though we don't get credit for it. And
and
mm-hmm,
because
be
because we don't get credit for it, they call black men weak and soft and all kind of stuff. So because we don't fit a traditional pattern, but we don't have a traditional family pattern either. Go ahead, Ruby.
okay.
No, go ahead. You
Oh,
were about to
Regina, go
speak.
ahead.
I was going to ask a question, BGS. So I see in the comments where the
Hmm.
men, I, what's wrong? Because I got a lot of slack about this too.
Uh-huh.
About my husband at the time
Mm-hmm.
was working a full time and a part time job.
Uh-huh.
I cut the grass
Okay.
one day. One
Mm-hmm.
day. One
Okay.
day. It's not like I did it the full, every 2 weeks. I cut the grass one day.
Mm-hmm.
And that was an issue.
With who? With your husband?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And I think I even shared that on this panel. It was
Mm-hmm.
like, no, you weren't supposed to do that. That's a man's role. No, but if I know my husband is out there working a
Mm-hmm.
full time and a part time,
Mm-hmm.
and he's not going to be, and it's looking like a jungle out there.
Mm-hmm.
I I I can carry my weight. I know how to cut grass.
Yeah, but in his mind, it makes him look bad.
See,
You see,
but I asked the
You do
question, which was
one
this.
thing.
yeah,
I
but
said, listen, what
you weren't raised in the same household, Regine. He's raised differently.
but CPGS, I
Yeah.
asked them this question, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, well, but what if suddenly he became paralyzed from the neck down? Can't do
Mm-hmm.
nothing, can't do any. Is he not a man now? Because he can't do any of the physical labor tasks around the house? Well,
Mm-hmm.
that's different. Why? Well, because he can't. No, but my point stands. Should he not be treated like a man now? Should he not be regarded as a man and the head of the household and the leader and respected as such just because he can't mow the damn lawn?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no,
He,
that's flawed? Well, then
he,
that's ridiculous. So, what you're saying in and of itself is ridiculous. A man
mhm,
is not a man because he's the one who pushed the
mhm,
lawnmower around the lawn that
mhm.
Sunday. That
Yeah.
that doesn't define.
Yeah,
I
because
understand it's part of maybe the
yeah,
traditional roles that we think of, but I'm saying that
yeah.
that task does not in and of itself define him as a man.
Well, the thing is trying to like run Mac software on a PC computer. That doesn't mean the program's not right. It's just not built to run in that computer. Culture is the same way. If culture is a computer, you're programmed to see things a certain way. And if the way you were raised, the way you were raised in a certain way, there's some things that will grate against it. Now, some people can get over that, and some people can't. So the thing is, we have to look at culture. Especially in the field that you are, Ruby. You know that culture is programming.
Hmm.
And when you feed a computer a program that doesn't fit, it's gonna crash. It's gonna have a crash. It might be a mini crash, might be a big crash, but there's something in that input that doesn't fit that program. And that's what happens in culture. So the thing is, we have to be more mindful how we program these kids.
Mhm.
Or if we do something that's outside the program, we got to explain, hey, I understand how you were raised, and I'm not saying that it's incorrect. The thing is, under these circumstances, this is what we're going to have to do.
I
Mhm.
understand how he felt that way. And
Hmm.
the thing about it is, to him it was disrespectful.
Yeah.
So like
Well, it made him look bad because now I don't. Because what are people going to think about me? Because I let my wife cut the grass.
yeah, like the thing about it was,
Hmm.
like, I had to realize, and when I was younger, some things that, just because something is a problem with me
Hmm.
or is okay with me, doesn't mean that my partner will see it the same way or feel the same way about it.
Hmm.
Like me and my husband used to have little clashes when we were younger
Hmm.
about certain things that we did not agree on. And the thing about it was, when we came to a point that if
Hmm.
we have a clash about something, and one partner is a no to it and the other partner is a yes, if the partner doesn't know to it, feel strongly about it,
Hmm.
then we'll just go with the no.
Hmm.
Like for instance, if it was that situation where my husband felt strongly about me not mowing the grass,
Uh-huh.
we would just go with his no. I mean, it might not be what I think is okay or
Uh,
appropriate or whatever,
uh-huh.
but since I'm his wife, I
Hmm.
have to default to what you have to do things that the other person may feel is better for their interest. You know what I mean?
That's a traditional woman. What did you say? You said something that's traditional that I would guarantee 80% of black women would disagree with. If there was a no, if you felt it was wrong and you had a no, or it's something that he disagreed with, you would default to who?
The no.
You default to your husband, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See that the 80% of black women would disagree with that. But you
Well,
already know that.
it depends. Like some knows he did default to me on, because
Uh-huh.
the no is what it's usually what we would default to,
Hmm.
because of the fact that if you felt strong enough for the no,
Hmm.
then this is something, like, when you want to be with somebody,
Yeah.
you have to mold to be with that person.
Hmm.
And sometimes you're like, the things that you think don't align with that
Yeah.
person,
See,
and they
see,
just
see.
don't come.
Marcus said this. Marcus saying the same thing. This is old school training. He said my woman surprised me last week by hand washing my Honda. I was worried the neighbors would see her doing it. It's how it looks. Yeah.
See
So
now, and I get what y'all are saying, right? And
yeah,
and this is
yeah.
where it was a point that I brought up was, first of all,
Uh-huh.
listen, I'm not doing something that makes my husband feel, emasculated,
Hmm.
or that he wouldn't want me to do, or that he said,
Hmm.
well, don't do it. And I said, no, well, I don't care. I'll do it anyway. No. Obviously there's respect. And there's respect for that man and what he is happy with or comfortable with or not. But that being said, as the head of my household, then
Uh-huh.
we are making plans. I'm going to put my 2 cents in as far as how I could contribute to this task, to this
Hmm.
thing that we need to accomplish. And
Hmm.
he's either going to say, you know what? Yes, let's move forward with that. Or, you know what? Okay, let's modify that a little bit and do it this way or whatever. And then my role is to be able to ultimately support that plan.
Hmm.
Right. So for him, now, again, he's not a handy person. He would rather pay for it. He
Hmm.
had to make some adjustments. He's not a spoiled kid living off of mama and daddy anymore.
Hmm.
And so, if he can't necessarily afford a $50,000 reno job, but we both want those renovations, and it's something that I can do.
Hmm.
Well, is he happy with me doing it? If he's happy with it, and he says, okay, yeah, and let's shift the house around like this, so that way we can accomplish that, and I'm gonna feel good by working overtime and sacrificing here and there, so that way we can afford those floors that you want to put in and whatever. Well, then, how is that? That's not emasculating him. For him, he feels good about that. right?
Mm,
So it's respecting his boundaries as well, right? And what he's good with, like having done. I couldn't necessarily be with a man who would be unhappy with me doing any type of like doing something like that, because I'm a little bit more tomboyish, but because I like doing things like that.
mm,
I've always liked being more hands on and whatever. I've never
mhm,
really been the lady type to walk around in skirts and dresses and sundresses and heels, and it was just never me. So
mhm.
to begin with, I was never going to be the right woman for a man who really needed
Yeah,
a
that's true.
little lady.
Yeah.
So I guess that's also it. And I never tried to make myself into that to make a
Mm,
man happy, because I was never going to be able to maintain that. And
mhm.
I was never going to truly be able to submit to that direction. You know what I mean? I would always have been bucking against that, which would create problems. You have to make your choices as a woman who you're going to choose to submit to. You need to look at, what his belief systems are and what his 5, 10 year game plan is, and how he imagines, his family, his wife, and whatever is going to run. And then you have to see, are you willing to submit to that whole entire thing? All of that is going to be your role to support,
Mhm.
and you're going to be leaving, the final call up to him to make, and he's going to make it based on all of that. So like, I'm not going against him. I might be going against your ideal of what, and I don't mean I just mean whoever's ideal of what a wife should and shouldn't do, but recognize that I'm not going against his, which is the thing that matters, because he's the only person that I'm submitting to.
I
Which
don't
which
think anybody thought
which
that you were acting like a man, though. I mean, that's what fits your marriage. So that's what fits your marriage. I don't
No,
think.
they did in this discussion. They
they
definitely
did,
did.
they
Yes.
did because it's outside of the parameters what people think of the male and female roles are, and this is where the clash comes in. What are should there be? Do you think there should be defined male and female roles? And if not, um, then how do you form how do two people who have different values, raised differently, programmed differently, how do they come together? Can Mac and PC come together and live forever ever after?
See, but I do. I think that a woman's role is to nurture and support,
Hmm.
and a man's role is to protect and provide.
Hmm.
I don't see that what I did was outside of that scope.
Hmm. Yeah, but a lot of women do.
Right. and
A lot.
and
Yeah.
and that's fine, but I'm like, I still don't think I wasn't, we didn't reverse roles, and that is to say I became the protector and provider and he became the nurturer and supporter. Like,
Uh-huh.
that's not what happened, really. It's just more along the lines of I'm still nurturing and
Uh-huh.
supporting
Hmm.
an overall vision, overall goal, him as a man and
Hmm.
whatever, and he's still protecting and providing. It's
Hmm.
just, he's providing my dream, because without him working as hard as he did and bringing in that money, and lifting them heavy boxes from the basement upstairs up the flooring, and da 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 da, and all these
Hmm.
things that he did do,
Hmm.
to simplify this, I wouldn't have been able to get
Hmm.
those amazing floors in my living room.
And some women, and there's a lot of women, and this is when I first learned about this with what's her name's book, The Richer Sex, and she was saying that this is a dilemma, because this is going against the programming, and a lot of women give lip service to it. I'm not saying you in particular, but a lot of women give lip service to it, and they try to do it, they try to live up to it, and then um, 10, 15 years down the line, they can't do it anymore because it doesn't fit them. And next thing you know, the marriage is breaking up because this guy didn't fit the defined roles, and they stood in and accepted this alternative program for as long as they could, and they start spitting it out. And this is how come they're doing this thing about toxic masculinity. They're trying to brainwash women into accepting supportive men,
Hmm.
and they're going against biology. And the thing is, you cannot have a society, especially as large as the United States. Canada might be a little different. It's not, you got 330 million people,
Hmm.
and you're gonna have to have some kind of boundary, some kind of defined role. If not, you're gonna get chaos. And what we have is, as far as mating, dating, and marriage, is chaos. There's,
Mhm.
there are no rules. There are no defined roles. And unfortunately, because I said this to a psychiatrist like 30 years ago, okay, um, you want to be have non-defined rules and non-defined structure as far as marriage and people to figure it out. And I said that's good for maybe 10, maybe 15% of people, but the vast majority of people, they need rules and regulations. They cannot figure it out on their own. It's going to be chaos, and what you have is chaos.
Well, and I think though our that when we're looking at it, right, like
Hmm.
it's about I think sometimes taking things a step too far or
Hmm.
allowing things to spiral. So as
Hmm.
in I did this
Hmm.
specific thing.
Hmm.
I did not now become the go-to person when you call our family because you need help. I'm the one who's going to go help you move. Or,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? Like, I
Hmm.
didn't I take
Hmm.
over that physical strength
I know.
role
Hmm.
in our relationship. He's still
Hmm.
the strong one. He's still the one who does the physical labor tasks. You know,
Hmm.
I'm the one who, you know, I know how to do these little renovation things, and I did it for our home.
Hmm.
You know, but that doesn't mean that I'm the one now
Hmm.
who does all the physical labor stuff and takes all that physical labor
Hmm.
away, and he just sits on the couch and then, you know, make me a meal, woman. Like, no, like, and so I think that that's the problem, is that people think that they can take these things, continue pushing them and taking them a step too far,
Hmm. Hmm.
and
How far? How
they
far is
don't
too?
allow there to be that
How far is too
uh,
far?
well, I think it becomes too far, really and truly, when
Yeah.
you want to spin everything on its head. And so, again, with the physical
Hmm.
strength thing, right? We know
Hmm.
men are naturally built to
Hmm.
be stronger, more physically capable than women.
Unless it's a movie, unless you're in a movie,
Well, yeah, exactly,
and
right?
you're training women to do what? Think that they're physically stronger than men. So we can go out and prove my womanhood by go out and fighting a guy.
Well,
I
good
think
luck
what
with
you
that. And
did,
I think he should hit your ass back. And when
Yeah.
you land on the ground after one punch, then you'll know better.
Well, unfortunately, now, does it work that way?
I think what you did was very supportive.
Thank you. Right? I mean, and that's the
Right.
thing. And it's also about your attitude while you are doing these things, right? Because if you start putting him down for having not done the physical labor that you decided that you could do in your supporting role, if you start speaking down to him somehow like he ain't shit because he ain't done it, you know what I
Hmm.
mean? Like I think some people start using it as a weapon. If you start
Hmm. Yeah.
doing that, well then yeah,
Yeah.
you're screwing the pooch basically.
And that's
No,
exactly what's has been happening, and
right.
it's
Hmm.
No,
exactly
no,
what's been happening.
no.
What you did was very supportive because the thing is,
Mm,
he was providing. He provided you with the floorings, and
Hmm.
you were being supportive because
Hmm.
that's what your family needed. So you
Hmm.
did
that's
that for
right.
the family.
That's right.
Just
Hmm.
like
That's
the
right.
woman who goes and works as a secretary
Uh,
at
uh,
her husband's job. You
don't
know,
Hmm.
that's important.
don't talk under your breath, Regina. Speak up.
No, I was saying that's right. No, no, I'm the amen corner right now. No, it is. Because yeah. No,
Well,
because
okay.
it's so true.
I
Yes.
understand.
No, I was the amen corner.
I
I
understand.
was,
I
yeah.
understand what I understand what you guys are saying, but the thing is, guess what's happening in the real world? It ain't happening that way. You have chaos out here amongst the relationships out here. You
No,
got chaos.
why?
Why? Because
Why?
because people need defined roles. That's the way societies work. They do not. You think that because it works on an individual basis. Now, what Ruby says, I'm gonna go this far and only so far, right? But the next woman is gonna say, I'm gonna go a little further, and the next person, I'm gonna go a little further. I'm gonna go a little further, and to the point where, guess what happens? You have no boundaries. That's what's happening. And then when you get into, especially with the millennials and the millennials and the young millennials and the Z's, they're teaching the exact opposite. So now that men and women are equal, there are no boundaries, there are no set roles, there are no set anything. That's what's happening.
But see, that's what I think, though, to an extent, we have to acknowledge the fact that, and I mean, relationships have always had a little bit of variation from couple to couple, just
Mm-hmm.
based, again, on people's strengths and weaknesses
Mm-hmm.
overall,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so when you have, say, a woman who's really strong at, you know, balancing the books and math and whatever, and a
Mm-hmm.
man who's not as much, maybe
Mm-hmm.
that's something she
Uh-huh.
can do to help support her husband, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, who is the one who is setting out the direction for where the money needs to go as far as what our overall bigger picture goals are? He is.
Mhm.
And so if she is going to stay in her role as a supporting person, she's not going to say, well, since I'm the one who has control of the books, well, I could sneak over this, that. No,
Mhm.
you're not. That's
Yeah.
not supporting them. That's
Yeah.
you directing, that's you leading.
Exactly.
So it's
Exactly.
about you keeping in mind that you are a support system. And so
Mhm.
if you start stepping outside of the bounds of you
Mhm.
are a support system, you start
Mhm.
stepping out of the bounds of out of if you have a suggestion, then you speak to him about it. But he
Mhm.
has the final say. So he can say no. And if
Mhm.
you're not going to respect that, if you're not going to submit to that, if you're not going to just continue to be a support system, then at the end of the day, you've stepped outside of your role. And I think that that in and of itself, that's why I
Mhm.
said, no, there's still a very clearly defined role, because everything that I'm doing or everything that, is done that you might not see as a typical male role or whatever in a relationship,
Mhm.
well, is it being done in a supporting fashion where his leadership in and of itself is still the thing that is deciding whether it's getting done, how it's getting done, and what direction we're going with this.
You know what? With a fitness mom, the way she was raised, similar to the way my mother and father were raised. Right? It's poop but simple. And for the mass, you have to keep it poop but simple.
Oh,
Uh,
not poo, but
Oh yeah, 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 well, yeah. Point blank poop but simple. You got to keep it that simple, Regina, because it gets past poop but simple, you're gonna have issues, right? For the masses, right?
I hear
So,
you.
so,
I hear
so,
you.
so my mother was raised to do woman shit, was take care of house, cook, blah blah blah. My pops was raised to do man shit, right? So my mother could have been a wife to multiple men, right? Didn't matter because the way the system was designed, I do women shit or wife shit, he does husband or man shit. And when we come together, it doesn't matter whether we even like each other. Okay, you do what you do, I do what I do,
Mhm,
because of the way the
mhm,
system is, it's going to work because
mhm,
we're designed to fit together. Okay, we're actually designed from a little girl, from a little boy to fit together. Okay, not we have to come in and custom make each individual piece for each individual marriage, right? It was actually stamped in, boom, 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 boom. So Regina she was designed to do woman stuff. She could have picked 100 men. Okay, is she suitable? Her personality is suitable. He could take her on tomorrow. Boom, put her in the house. He does his stuff. She does his stuff. And he don't even need to tell her anything or talk to her. She gonna go right in and do it, and he's gonna go right out and do whatever he does because they're designed to fit together. What we have now is we don't have. We would love not to be cookie cutter and be individualistic, right? Custom, but custom shit is more expensive, a lot more rare, and a lot harder to do. And when you try to you can't mass produce custom stuff. So the thing is, what do you know? What kind of marriage do we want? What kind of roles do we want for these children? For male and female, decide what it is and do it because this custom stuff is not going to work. And guess what? All the statistics prove it. Every book I read, even online, what is the biggest problem that we discuss between men and women? What's the biggest problem? Submission and what? Three things: submission, cooperation, and roles. Constantly. Those are the three biggest issues that come up: submission, cooperation, and roles. And now, individually, some people can have it work out, but for the most part, guess what? The vast majority of people aren't doing that. You know, and we have married. I got married guys saying the exact same thing. Rodney's in the chat. He's married. He's been married 30, 25 years. He has issues because when he came up, they had to negotiate what kind of roles they're going to have, and now and it's been rough. You know, um, my moms and pops, they could have fell out yesterday. They could be fighting. I mean, literally fighting, can't stand one another, right?
but everybody know their role.
Everybody know their role
Everybody know their role.
because my mother would be doing her role whether he was there or not, and guess what he
Yeah,
would be doing? Whether
yeah.
she's there or not, he's going to be doing the same thing. So when you put them together, that's what's going to happen. The household is going to work.
It BGS, and that's cool. That's a blessing to have.
Mhm.
To get to that place. And but dating now and even in the 50s, I have a 54-year-old, 55-year-old
Mhm.
telling me I need to work. I need to work. And when I come home, this is what and I now trust me, I don't have a problem. To me, that's part of the dance. That's almost like to cook, that's
Mhm.
almost part of foreplay for me.
Mhm.
And I'm being honest. That's the part of it to get you in the door. And I think
Yeah.
when Ruby was talking about that earlier,
Mhm.
there are those women who will, cooking and the cleaning and all of that. Yeah, that's part of the nature of it.
Uh, uh,
However, go ahead.
What
I'm sorry.
what I'm saying is, that's part of the nature of it. The thing is that, and I asked Char the same thing about her mother, right? Fitness mom said the thing about the same thing about how she was raised. Fitness mom said, she said out of her mouth, she was raised to do her role. So when she found a man,
Mm.
he didn't have to tell her anything. He just put her in the house and let her go.
Uh-uh. But see that so Ethel was not the cook in my house. My dad was the cook
Mm-hmm.
in my household. The stuff that I do, it's a natural part. My dad was the cook.
Mm-hmm.
He did all of the cooking. There
Mm-hmm.
was no Regina, this is what you as a woman, this is what that didn't
See,
come from
I
Ethel.
know.
That didn't come from her.
Uh-huh.
It came,
I know. And that's where the breakdown starts.
No, what so when you say a breakdown,
Mhm.
because as an adoptive mother, I
Mhm.
think for her stepping into that capacity, what
Mhm.
she did show me
Mhm.
was the part that Ruby was saying.
Mhm.
I'll get out there. I'll put together
Mhm.
a shelf. I know how to work on cars as well. I know
Mhm.
what to do. I can make
Mhm.
something. I can. I don't have a problem with. Do I prefer to do it? No.
Mhm.
And I think that's with most women. Well, with some women. Do I prefer to do it? No. But if I have to, I can. I know how to change my own tire.
Oh, oh,
I
oh,
know how to make some things happen. I
I,
know what to do.
uh-huh. Well, the thing is, okay. Say you had a line of cars, right?
Yes.
And basically, 20% of them would work just, they made them in a certain way, where 20% of them would actually work and work just fine, and 80% of them fail. And you
Mm.
had another line of cars where 90, you have 5% failure, you have 95% that were actually ran just fine and ran for their 200 or 300 to my 1,000 miles without a problem. Which do you prefer?
Well, of course, I'm gonna choose 80%. I mean, you. What?
But you know what, BGS? Hold on. If I could just say something
Go
really
ahead.
quickly,
Hmm.
because I don't think, to me at least, looking at it from the outside,
Hmm.
I don't think the problem in and of itself is with the actual tasks. I think it's with the ideals and beliefs and perceptions that are attached to the roles, to the tasks, and to the individuals themselves. So,
Hmm.
for example, if you are raised in a culture where respect is not something that is earned, it's something that you are automatically given.
Hmm.
You are basically, you're from birth, you are raised in a hierarchy actually of respect,
Hmm.
and you
Hmm.
understand that. And so,
Hmm.
for example, men get respect regardless. They can be living in a ditch. They don't provide for none of their 15 children. Whether they're still a man, and you still respect them like they're a man because they're men,
Hmm.
and that's it. And the way that a woman speaks to a man and treats a man is just different, regardless of what he does or not. Versus something where you're told, well, you know what, if he has to earn your respect, he starts off at minus 50 and he can earn his way up to at least zero, and then he can earn his way up to he actually gets my respect. Well,
Hmm.
that's where I think that there's a difference. And that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, a man is a man is a man is a man. And it does not matter what tasks he's done or any of that foolishness anyway, right? We're all at some family dinner or whatever. I still go and make my man's plate first because he
Hmm.
worked hard all week.
Hmm.
Even if he worked hard all week at looking for jobs when he was unemployed for years or whatever, right? I'm still getting him a plate and I'm serving him. Why? Because he's my man and I show him that deference and that respect. It's irregardless. I know it's not a word. I don't care. I like it. It's irregardless of shut up, I do. It's irregardless of what he has
the
done or
nigger the
provided.
niggertry is strong with this one.
Damn right. Right. But
Go ahead.
you can't unearn my respect. You can't my respect for him and appreciation for him is not because he could afford those floors I really wanted or
Mhm.
whatever. Although
Mhm.
for me, like that's what made the job possible,
Mhm.
right? But also I have to do my part too. It means I can't be sitting there blowing money on extra hair stuff or whatever
Mhm.
other foolishness because
Mhm.
I need to be willing to make the sacrifice for the damn floors too. And I don't see that as a bad thing because I'm a grown up. So I don't think that I can have every damn thing that I want. Right. So I think there's an overall training that needs to happen in your thoughts and perceptions of, the world, what you can and can't have, and what people are and who they are. Right. By me,
Mhm.
in and of itself, and you said this earlier, but I'm a wife, like as in every relationship I was in, I was their
Mhm.
wife, right? Not a wifey, and no, it was just an automatic way of me treating relationships. So overall, the way that I acted after marriage isn't really different than the way I was before marriage or the way I was in previous
Mhm.
relationships, because that's how you treat your man. Right, that's how you treat a man that you're with. You
Mhm.
submit to him, and then that establishes the way that you are. But that being said, I'm inspiring him to want to lead and support and protect and
Mhm.
provide for me in the same way that then that inspires me to want to submit to him and support him and do everything I can to nurture him and care about him
Mhm.
and love him, right, and respect him. And I'm not it's my responsibility, regardless of everything else, to
Mhm.
never allow that respect to drop because men need respect. Above all
Mhm.
else, you need to respect a man, right? And I think that that was just my point. I don't care if he mows my lawn
Yeah.
or he brings in the bacon or
Yeah.
I could buy those extra Puma shoes I want or whatever stupidness. He's still a man and he still deserves my respect because he's a man and because he's my man. I chose him.
Mhm.
So if I'm going to choose him, then I'm inherently choosing to submit to him. I'm inherently choosing to respect him. I have
Mhm.
to choose to therefore trust him. I have to trust his leadership. I have to trust his direction. I have to trust and want his goals just as much as he wants them. Right. So
Mhm.
I think that is where the cars are failing.
Well, the cars. Okay. Okay. Who? Go ahead. Jump in, Regina. You want to jump in?
Oh no, that was me.
Okay.
Sorry.
The thing is,
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead, fitness mom.
I was thinking like when the way you was talking about it, BGS, how you were saying, because I see Ruby's points, but I also agree with what BGS was saying about how like with Ruby's a independent thinker, a free thinker. So
Mm-hmm.
she can you can navigate around and have unique circumstances and it work for you. But
Mm-hmm.
we want to mass produce people to be a certain way. It's better to raise them with the certain roles because of the fact that, like you were saying, you want it simple for people who aren't such free thinkers or who can't, adapt to certain situations. You want to be able to, like I said, mass produce or sort of mass train kids so that they can be sort of one size fits all when it comes to certain marriage types and relationship types, if you know what I mean.
Because basically, when my parents were coming up, a man back in the 40s and 50s, um, he could throw a rock, hit a woman, and pick a wife, basically. Because you're going to get basically the same thing. You might have a different attitude here or there. She might have a different disposition, but basically, you pick a wife. You know what she does. You don't have to guess. You might have to give her an exam. Can you cook? Can you clean? Blah blah. You kind of observe her. Okay, she's up to snuff. You stamp her with pass, and you marry her. Okay, you can't do that now. You can't do that now. Basically, the marriage, the training of the wife doesn't even start till after you marry her, where it should already be baked in the cake. Basically, you observe her for a couple of weeks, and bam, You already know that she's been trained to do this. She's been stamped approved as a wife. Go down to city hall, put her in the house, and let her go because she's already been trained. Same thing with a man. You know, there should be no man that has 15 kids and can't take care of them. Shouldn't be that way. And basically, the society and the men should take care of that. Nah, brother, you can't do that. Basically, you get this woman pregnant, you got her pregnant, you bought her. That's your wife. You know how to be a husband, go to it. I ain't got to talk to you. You've been raised since you were 4 years old to do one role, so no matter whether you're 18 or 28, you already know what to do. I ain't gotta constantly coach you and teach you and have this negotiation. Nope. You know how to be a husband. You've been trained from birth because we don't start teaching people to read at 21. We start teaching them to read at 5. How come people are literate at 21 years old? Because we didn't start teaching them to read at 21. Okay, what language was, how to read and how to read symbols. No, we started at 5 years old. So we expect them to do a more complicated job than reading. And starting at 21, I mean, you're gonna have to standardize this. The world, there's nothing in this world that doesn't work that works without some kind of standardization. Nothing works well without standardization. You're gonna have to figure it out.
Like
This Go ahead, fitness mom.
like Ruby, Ruby's very intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
And so she
Thank
can
you.
adapt. And that's why your situation is unique, because your intelligence means that you can adapt.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people aren't as intelligent, so they won't be able to adapt. And if
Mm-hmm.
they can't adapt, they sort of need like basic programming, is what you're saying, right, BGS?
Yep. I mean, that's the math one. When my pops coming up, he could have picked 100 different women. They would all have been a wife. They were all. I mean, unfortunately, it's boring. It's cookie cutter, and it's not exciting. You know, even for the men, it wasn't exciting. You know, but that's the way it was. And the thing is, unfortunately, the society worked better that way. You know, you don't. You know, instead of your marriage rate, for marriage rate for black people being 26%, it was over 90. Okay. When I come up, I'm a STEM major. Numbers are numbers. Okay. If it's an anomaly, it's like 1 year, all of a sudden it dipped down into the 20s. Okay. There's something special going on. There's something different going on. Okay. If it's 50 years and basically your marriage numbers are in a toilet, the divorce rate is 80%. I mean, something wrong in the system. Okay. You're doing something wrong. So what I'm saying is, if because I'm hearing this, because I'm all hearing it to the point I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. That's what Fitness Mom brought up the 50-50. Okay. Um, if that is the system that you want, then you're going to have to establish it. It shouldn't be I'm fussing about who pays for what, who does what, or whoever it is in this constant negotiation. There should be some wiggle room here or there. I have no problem with that. But for the vast majority of what roles are supposed to be, either have defined roles or you get what you get. And if you're happy getting what you get, then it is what it is. And we need to stop fussing about it. We still not stop having this angst about mating, dating, and all that kind of stuff, because we don't want any defined roles. We don't want any rules. We want everything to be figured out on the fly. Okay? There's no organization in the world that does not come with a manual. You don't just throw, there's no organization that has over 1,000 people that does not have a manual, a set procedure how to do things. If you let 1,000 people go at any business and they're all trying to figure it out on the fly, it's not going to happen. It is what it is. So you expect a society of 320 million people with no manual how to do things, to do all this stuff on the fly, you're gonna get chaos, and that's what you have with relationships. Personally, I'm sick of talking about relationships. Okay, I'm sick about it. I'm sick of it. And basically, what's happening is that everybody wants to find their own bit of happiness in a marriage. Okay, that's fine. If you can do it, that's fine. Unfortunately, what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing, and the people that complain to me on not just men, on a daily basis, not a weekly basis, a daily basis, means that this shit does not work. And the people that can make it work, those are success stories, but they're too far and few in between. way too far and few in between. And it's not just what I'm seeing. You can look at the numbers, you can look at the headlines, you can look at the all the articles. They talk about relationships. It's in chaos. It's in chaos. Anyway.
Well, thank you so much for ending on that note.
Oh well, this it's that time. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know I had the last word. Anybody want? Okay, Kenya Pierre, you should have gotten on, baby. You had a whole lot to say. She said my ex husband
Mm,
wasn't trained to be a husband. My parents were baby boomers. Now I'm married 48 years. I was
Wow.
trained to be a wife by default. Needless to say, the marriage didn't work out. Is because your
Wow.
ex husband was not trained. Okay, you married a man that was what they call, go back to the Bible, unequally yoked. In other words, your parts didn't fit. That's the
Wow.
problem. You might have been trained, he wasn't, and that's where the issue comes in. You can't have. It's not one half. It's not just a woman's problem, you know. And I said this from the very beginning when Fitman Stom actually came in. It's not just a woman's problem. We're not training these boys to be husbands. And what should a black husband look like for a black woman? Whatever it is that black women want for a husband, growing up, and a lot of older women know exactly, have an idea exactly what they want out of a husband. Okay, that's the way the boys should be trained. And if you're not training them that way, once they get 21, it's too late. You're gonna have chaos. Basically, what you're doing is you're training him to be your son and not to be the next woman's husband. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Any last thoughts before we jump off? I know I said a lot. I had a mouthful, but I had to get it off my chest.
And you know what? I mean, I definitely understand. And, I do think it's a fair point. I just want to say, and, I do say this too, like, overall, what I came on here at first, right? I mean, like I said, this was the first place anyone ever said to me that I was feminine. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Cause, I build stuff and, I don't like wearing skirts and heels. And, I didn't really understand the concepts.
Mhm.
The words themselves and all these definitions and whatever didn't really exist in my world. And you're like, yeah, well, you just are these things.
Mhm.
Um, and so, and this is where I say, well, I didn't have all these words and whatever. I just had my training. This is how you're supposed to be. This is how you're supposed to treat
Mhm.
people. This is how you're supposed to see people.
Mhm.
And it works a lot better like that. I think the problem is, society is so far gone from that place in time.
Mhm.
Um, where I mean there's a massive kind of decline, even not so much in Jamaica itself but in the Jamaican population here,
Mhm.
as far as the respect levels for self,
Mhm.
for men, for women, really. There's just an overall disrespect of everybody.
Mhm.
um, and I don't know, I guess I gotta keep going back to, it starts with self. If you can't respect yourself, how are you going to respect anyone else? And if you don't respect yourself, how will you actually just naturally command respect from others? BGS, you are the type of man where I can imagine you have this quality. There are men who, when they just walk into a room,
Mhm.
every woman, no matter whether you have your own man, whether you believe in submission or not, every woman automatically feels it. You feel it in the core of your soul. It's not sexual, it's submission. You feel an automatic deference to that man. And you will speak to him in a different kind of way than you might to someone you feel is just a boy, because you don't feel that presence emanating from him. Right? There are some men who just have it. They command it. They don't have to
Mhm.
say words about it. They don't have to demand it. They just have it. Right?
Mhm.
Just like some women have that thing too. They walk
Mhm.
into the room and it's not sexual.
All
It's not
eyes on
about
me.
that.
Mhm.
It's about that, just every man just treats them with a kind of respect, a kind of deference, a kind of care. You know what I mean? And so I think that, again, it starts with that self thing. You can't change how your parents raised you, although keep in mind that they did train you, and you can change the culture within your own household, if not the whole community, and do something different. But you can change yourself. You can work on yourself and get to that place where you are a wife. Not someone has to make you into a wife. You become a wife before you're in the relationship, before you're married. You become someone who you respect yourself, because you can respect yourself, it's a lot easier to respect others. And not to be sitting there trying to throw stones and trying to judge other people and put everyone else down to try to make yourself feel bigger, and a bunch of things that we know women are doing these days. So I just wanted to just add that, and thank you very much for having me. It's
Oh, no,
always a pleasure.
I miss you. I miss you.
Yeah,
Remind me of my
I
daughter. But
right. No, BGS, I missed you. I missed the panel. I've had a blast tonight.
okay.
Blast. Like I've like all smiles and everything. So
It
Well, I
reminds me
do
of
think.
like talking to my daughter. But yeah, so I miss
hmm
you. Go ahead, Char.
I do
Support the
think if
if always support the channel. You can't get this any place, so I'm sorry. Unfortunately, you can't. I wish there was more places you could get this. Also, Char, tomorrow,
yes, yes,
the
6 o'clock.
Neo sector, right? Six
Yes,
o'clock central, right?
Central. That is correct.
Okay. So for if you want the Coliseum for women, that's where you go. The Neo sector is Coliseum for women. This is more the think tank for women, but the Neo sector is the Coliseum for women. So if you want the Saturday for women, that's where the Neo sector is. If you're gonna put the link in for people that can.
I sure will. Let me go find it here. Oh, here it is.
While she's looking for the link, can I ask you a quick question, BGS?
Yes, ma'am. You sure can.
Does a man love his children as much as he loved the woman?
I think you
Like,
know what.
is it limited by the love of the woman?
If those are his seed, and I'm saying those are his seed, if you allow that man to bond to his seed, he actually loves his children more than his woman. I know I did.
Okay.
And sometimes it's a clash because at least in my relationship it was because I loved my children more than I loved her, and that's normally the way it goes with men. Men attach differently, and normally men love their children more than the woman. Not always, but more time often than not.
As long as that's what I was hoping to hear.
The thing is that and I'm gonna say this in closing, unless Regina has something. Um, Men don't. Okay, women, mothers actually have a bond with their children while the child is in the womb. So before that child is even born, she has a organic connection to that child. Men do not bond that way. Men have to bond from the outside in instead of from the inside out. So they have to grow to bond with that child. So if a man does not around that child, is not allowed to care for that child, not allowed to bond in his way with that child, he won't bond with that child. He has to be allowed to bond with that kid because it's a different way. It has to be established over time. But the thing is, once it's established over time, that bond is actually stronger, in my opinion. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If
All right.
nobody has anything else, then and join. There's a link for the Neo sector tomorrow. If you want to continue this rousing discussion, I'm sure Ruby will pick it up tomorrow where she left off.
always, because Shar is amazing. I'm gonna go wherever Shar goes. Which also, Shar, I didn't say anything to you. Missed being on panels with you as well. Thank you very much for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah. Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. And
Not at all.
we have Obsidian in the I'm sure that this will be continued on his channel too.
Yes.
So and once again we have Char Willie has actually issued forth the discussion for the next week coming up. So it starts here. So anyway, I know, I want to say this in closing too. Okay. This channel will be controversial. And the reason that you speak out is because you want people to hear you and think about what is discussed, whether they agree or disagree. And sometimes people are going to strongly disagree. And they're going to have strong words. The thing is, do you want to be safe and be comfortable, or do you want this channel to make an impact? You want to make an impact, you're going to get controversy. And for the women listening, if you're afraid to come on and make a stand and make yourself heard and be afraid to make an impact, then probably this is not the channel for you, because this channel is here to make an impact. It's not here just for me to make you guys feel good, for you guys to be heard. Okay, in my opinion, I don't know if Char agrees with me or not, but that's how I feel. I'm here. This
Mhm.
channel's here to make a difference. Okay.
Totally
Anyway,
agree.
anyway, y'all, we're gonna let Char go to sleep. I'm sure the wine is warm now. So,
Actually, I was drinking tea and I have the wine for tomorrow.
are you drinking ginger tea again?
Yes, ginger tea. Yes.
Okay. Do we have it with fish or popcorn?
Actually, I had peanuts,
No,
roasted
okay.
peanuts.
Roasted peanuts. Okay, that's different. All right, you guys. I'm gonna let you guys go. And for the men, I'll see you tomorrow night. Fitness Mom, if you want to come in and hold forth. You know, Fitness Mom, you probably need to go. Kevin Samuels probably needs to interview you because you have a lot of, you know, you have a lot of old wisdom that doesn't exist anymore. They need to hear it from a woman that's current, because what you said, this old school wisdom that we've gotten away from, we people keep wondering why it doesn't work. And basic Fitness Mom, you have the key. This is why it doesn't work. You know,
I
today.
actually talked on Kevin's
Oh,
panel
did you?
before. Yeah.
Oh, did you? And if we know when you talk, guess what happened? It's dead silent, isn't it? When you start talking, right?
Yeah, well, it was me, him, and another woman, and she was just like she had basically the similar upbringing as I did, and
Mhm.
the three of us were just talking.
And the men were dead silent, weren't they? They don't hear this stuff all the time. But anyway, y'all, I'm out, and I will see you guys, the rest of y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Yeah. Have
All
a
right,
good
cheers, y'all.
evening. Thank you.